Greetings, sentient beings. This chat is not intended for children. There may be strong language, and we will be covering adult themes. So, what's everybody up to today?
Well, I'm trying not to be an adult. How about you?
Well, I think for this one, we kind of need to set more of an example.
Oh, all right.
Well, it's National Coming Out Day, and I know that can be especially problematic for teenagers as they're discovering themselves.
Yeah, it shouldn't be that way.
No, it shouldn't, unfortunately. There tend to be some problems with acceptance, and most of that does seem to come from religion more than anything else.
Well, I don't know any other source of disapproval for individualism than religion.
I can't think of any offhand, but I didn't want to completely nail it on them. But yeah, the countries that seem to be less religious seem to have very little problem with it.
It does seem to be more religious people have issue with it than anyone else.
Well, and that's also another thing of it is that, you know, coming out of a religion can have a lot of the same issues as coming out as, you know, being gay or trans or whatever. And a lot of people coming out of religion, you know, either being atheist or just changing to a different religion can often wind up, you know, losing their community and losing their family because of it.
And that's the real crime of the whole thing.
Yeah.
It is really sad because it doesn't necessarily have to be that way.
Well, I realized that I only stayed with religion as long as I did because of the sense of community. Yeah, that I wasn't really getting anything out of it in any kind of a spiritual sense, but, you know, it was just having a group of people that I could, you know, be with and talk to about other things.
I'm sorry, I'm distracted here. I was running late today, and so I'm just catching up on the things that I had to do before the show.
About everyone is. And we have Sam Chaos.
Hi, Sam. Coming into the show?
Yeah, we've got extra seats open. I sent links out on the Twitters. I was expecting a couple more people, but I did have a couple of people respond that are having various issues today. So
I guess, I don't know, you know, I suppose you have to be there to truly understand where folks are coming from. But I just do not understand how a parent who does invest all this time and energy and love and stuff into a child, that they can reject them and throw them by the wayside just because there's something about them that they don't like.
Yeah. Well, you know, do you have a story about when you came out to a family or friends? Or
no, I never came out. They still don't know. No.
It's only us and the rest of the internet that knows.
They just said, how come you never get a haircut? Well, sure I do. Absolutely. I came out as an adult. I was like 20 to my parents. I was 27 when I told them the big news. And it was positively awful. They threw me out of the family. Most of my friends disappeared, and I was fired from my job. Other than that, it was pretty well. I also got evicted from the apartment, but that didn't happen for a few months later. So you know, that was my basic experience.
Hey, Tria. Yeah, I remember you telling about having lost your job for it. Cheesemondo, do you have experiences you?
It's not something I talk about very often, so it's kind of interesting. I don't think I've never mentioned it on a stream. Never mentioned it on the internet that I'm gay, gay and married, which is awesome. My friends and family know, but most of them do, and I guess the rest of the internet does at the minute.
I was engaged to a lesbian, and people don't get that. That did not stop her being a lesbian. You know, she still had no interest in sex with a man in any traditional sense.
It doesn't necessarily have to be all about sex, does it?
No, it's not.
I love how you say that as the guest comes in.
Yeah, it's Priya's the one to say about that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we had bonded over other things, so that was, not really a major consideration.
Because in any kind of relationship like that, the first place people go is to sex, and I mean there are straight couples who have sex maybe once a year that I know. So it doesn't have to be all about sex. I don't think it does.
Oh, definitely not.
You'd also be surprised how many people who understand that completely forget that the moment I tell them I'm asexual. They completely forget. They'll accept it. They know it. They'll say that it's fine, but then I'll say I'm asexual, and they're like, no, not like that, not like that.
See, and I've told you this before, that I do not understand how people can have a problem with somebody who says they're ace or asexual. It just doesn't make sense. We live in a society that, if anything, it expects people to limit themselves from their sexual being and to not have sex a lot, if at all, especially when you're a teenager, for example, or an old person. But then when they run into somebody who doesn't have sex a lot or at all, they seem to be uncomfortable with it. That is like, duh.
There's multiple things. I've actually sat down and kind of thought about it a lot, because honestly, in order for me to get by sometimes with my sex repulsion, I am sex repulsed. Sex repulsed does not necessarily equate to being ace. There are people who are not ace who are sex repulsed, and there are aces who are not sex repulsed either. So I just happen to have the double whammy, unfortunately. But in order for me to deal, a lot of times I have to look at sex from like a scientific curiosity point of view, or take it as a joke, especially during my sex. And I'm not always sex repulsed either. So a lot of times I have to do that kind of as a weird coping mechanism. But a lot of it has to do with the fact that the very first story in the Bible kind of drives home that people are supposed to get together and get married and have sex, is one of those things. Another thing is the Bible teaches that everybody has lust and it's bad. And so a lot of people think, oh, how dare you not have the same problems I do? What the hell is wrong with you? We must fix that.
And yet at the same time, so many sects think that their priests should be celibate.
Yeah, but that's the thing too. It's like they want me to be like this, and there are some who are like, oh, you just need to go into religion and do, like, you're highly religious, and how dare you think that you're better than I am? And I'm like, no, I'm not better than you. I just don't have any interest. Literally, that's what it is. I'm the kind of person who just doesn't really have that much interest. It appears every once in a while and then goes away. I've talked about this before. I go 6-7 years sometimes without wanting sex, and then all of a sudden, out of the blue, and Kate teases me about Pon Far, and it's not quite the same thing.
Are you part cicada?
Yeah, but that's the thing, is like, people think, oh, you're ace, it should be easy to come out, and it's not. I literally have to lie to my doctors about my sexual history. I have to, I have family members who I got lucky, and a lot of them accepted me. But I have to lie to doctors. I would never be out at my job because that would lead to harassment really quickly. I could never, I told my friends, and I had a couple who were like, there's medicine for that. We're no longer friends. Most of them though were like, oh, that explains a lot. Because I've basically had 2 boyfriends my entire life, and then was like, you know what? Fuck that shit. I'm going to stay single. It's better than putting up with y'all.
That's an interesting question. All of us, did everybody get that same? Oh, that explains lots of things. Response from people. I did.
Yeah.
Mostly, I got that response the first time I took an autism test. I showed the results to everybody who'd known me more than 2 years, and that was the universal response.
Yeah, I just...
No, go ahead.
Go ahead, Jenny.
No.
I don't remember now, so go ahead, hon.
Okay, Sam, I just sent you a link in Twitter.
Yeah, that too. They get mad because they're just like, why don't you have less, it's like, why don't you have this desire for this kind of sin? And I'm just like, can we stop teaching sex as a sin? Can we just fucking stop that? Because it hurts everybody.
Hello there. Can people hear my mic okay?
Hey, Sam.
Hello. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah.
My mic's sometimes a bit finicky.
Yeah, you're a little quiet.
I'll see if I can up the volume.
No, you won't let me mute. Why?
Here's Mondo. Robert's asking about your piano.
I just typed in the chat. It's actually a green screen. I wish this was my house, but it's a green screen. I don't live like this. Sorry to disappoint anyone who thought that that's my house.
It's a good green screen job. It's very convincing.
Yeah, I was convinced. I didn't look close.
Yeah, it really is. Oh, I can't do it. Yeah, I'm in the basement of my house right now, and it's not the nicest of background, so I thought I'd green screen it.
Yeah, I missed some of the chat here. Godless Sewing is saying about her family in denial. That's where my whole family is. In 1997, I sent 15 copies of a coming out letter to all of my siblings, my parents, and a couple of aunts and uncles. I'm the youngest of 9. And to this day, only 2 people have ever acknowledged receiving that letter.
Wow.
But they all did.
Yeah, well, that's my family's very big on denial, that if we don't talk about something, it never actually happened.
Well,
that's fair. My mic a bit better now?
Oh, yeah, that's good.
A lot better.
Yeah.
My parents forbid me to talk to any of my relatives. Don't tell your grandparents, don't tell your aunts or uncles, don't tell your cousins, don't tell anybody.
Yeah, cover it up, pretend it doesn't exist.
Yep.
My mum's parents were highly religious, to the point where my gran would be in church every single day, and she'd go to confession on Saturdays. So we could never mention it to her or that side of the family. And then my dad's mum and dad didn't have a clue either, because they just couldn't have dealt with it, which is really sad. So they all died without ever really knowing me, I guess, which is kind of sad. But heavily religious Catholic family, Irish Catholics.
Oh, Irish Catholic. Yikes.
The person I got the most intense religious guilt trip laid on me was from my dad's mom, my grandma, McLaughlin, who was Catholic, which I thought was really ironic, considering I know that she's never been to a church in a day in her life. Because she told me, and it was just like, oh, okay, now you pull the religion out, and you hypocrite.
Yeah, for me. Oh, go ahead and finish, Jenny. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say that was actually my most difficult coming out was with Grandma Morgan, Daisy. She was intense, just intense, and just ripped me apart, because she'd known me since the day I was born, and so she could just pull out all these things throughout my life and just shred me over them. And we never spoke again after that.
No. I was scared shitless to come out to the Mormon side of my family. Now, a lot of people don't realize this. My entire family is not Mormon. It just so happens that my dad, his siblings, and all of their children are Mormon and were raised Mormon. The rest of my dad's family is just mainstream Christian. And I was scared shitless to tell any of my Mormon family. The rest of them, I wasn't too terribly scared. But what people don't realize is that in Mormonism, it's not just strongly encouraged that you get into a cis hetero marriage. It's required. If you do not get married, the people who get married, that is one of the steps that is required to become like God. And they don't like talking about this anymore because it's super weird and looked down on. But you have to have a temple marriage in order to become like God, which they say is the main part of their eternal plan bullshit nonsense. And if you don't, you become an angel who is a servant to the people who became gods. So
if getting married makes you more like God, who did God get married to?
our Heavenly Mother.
Oh, okay. Well, they filled in that gap.
Yeah, we're taught that we have heavenly parents, a mom and a dad who sent us down so that we could learn and become like them. It's more complicated than that, but that's the gist.
Of all
And if
the
you don't,
inconsistencies to fill in,
huh?
of all the inconsistencies to fill in, they pick that one.
Yeah, but for me, it was scary because I was like, basically, I was going to tell them, hey, I'm not doing the married thing and it's not for me. And that's not going to ever change. And we've been taught that everybody is, has a desire to be married. And if they don't, there's something wrong with them. And I was just like, hey, guys, guess what? I don't want none of that. That might change maybe if I find somebody, but the likelihood I'm going to find somebody is like pretty fucking low. Not sorry.
Fair. I mean, there are other sex repulsed people, so it's not like it's a completely cut off from the dating pool.
I'm also highly demi-alterous, and that does not help.
That's fair.
Yeah,
Wait,
I
what?
talk about
What was that?
demi.
You stumped the panel.
No,
okay.
it's just a new term that I'm not familiar with.
Yeah, I found it a few months ago when most people categorize their feelings as family, friends, or romantic.
Mm-hmm.
For me, that categorization is more family, friends, partnership. Because I don't typically have romantic feelings, but I do sometimes get a feeling like I would want a partnership with this person versus a friendship like all of my other friends, but it's still not a romantic feeling.
Yeah, I just I did a massive deep dive, so I knew that term because I was trying to figure out if there was a label that fits, and the best I've got is queer.
That's fair. I still have trouble using that term for myself, even though I know logically I can apply it, because I got all of the "you're just a spicy straight" nonsense for like years and years and years.
Yeah.
Nope, that's not accurate.
Yeah, and it still hurts to watch people who don't even know the first fucking thing about asexuality argue about whether or not you're LGBTQ plus or not.
Yeah.
I am 36 and that shit still hurts.
Fair. I mean, I'm 18, so not quite had as much of it yet, but I will quite happily turn around and say to anyone, no, an asexual person, even if they're romantically attracted to people of the opposite gender. When I say opposite, I'm non-binary, so that's frustrating too. But
Yeah.
that a person like that is still GRSM. They're still queer.
Yeah. And I know that logically, but it's still is it you internalize all of that stuff after a while.
Yeah, Hissy brings up a good point that, you're not likely to find one label that covers everything.
That's fair. I mean, I can use various terms, but they all have different kind of implications that are not accurate. Like if I say I'm bi, that can give off the impression that I actually commonly experience attraction. I'm
still
gay as well.
I'm still trying to get over the fact that I'm no longer a transsexual. That I'm transgender, but
Currently I don't really have. I'm kind of trying to figure some things out again, but don't really have a label that seems to fit anything. Although for many years, I actually went under the label of polybicep, which was polyamorous, bisexual, solitary, eclectic, pagan. So it's like stringing a bunch of them together to get anything that fit.
I could even spell that. Never mind say it.
That's great.
Yeah,
as a pagan, that's incredible.
I just kind of go by RFU.
Okay, if you want the spelling, I just put it in the side chat.
RFU is really fucked up, so that covers pretty much everything.
You put the short version in for me to make it easy.
Yeah, to Hisses in the side chat, it is not significantly better, as far as I can tell. Like, obviously, I don't massively remember 10 years ago, but no, it's not fun. Especially since they're trying to introduce new laws gradually to make transition for trans people harder. And I'm non-binary, wanting to medically transition.
Yeah, Hissy's also making some reference to gingerbread man. I don't understand the reference here.
Okay.
They still use that to this day. They still use it.
Yeah, it's the gingerbread man is highly useful because even though it's basically there's nothing wrong with it, it's just basic, but it shows that it's a picture of a gingerbread man, and it basically points out that gender and sex are different things. Romantic orientation can be different from your sexual orientation. And what the gingerbread man looks like, his gender expression, isn't necessarily the same as his actual gender. So it basically goes over having split attraction, having being transgender, being gender non-conforming, all in one pretty little pic. I can try to pull it up and send it to Purple.
Okay, yeah, I guess I haven't seen that one.
It's oversimplistic, but it's a good kind of intro thing. That's something that I got handed when I first went to a Pride event, and it was like, oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it is very basic, but you don't have to. But I do like that you don't have to go back and correct things on it. You just basically have to add to what's already there. Because a lot of things, like I've seen the cake orientation thing that's been passed around, and I'm like, some of that is kind of off, and I would have to reteach some people.
Yeah, that's what I was just trying to pull up now, was the layer cake.
Yeah, the layer cake, the way that they put it, doesn't split romantic and sexual orientation enough and kind of mixes it in a couple of places where for some people, those are two entirely separate things.
That's largely the problem I had with it, is that it seems to assume that all relationships proceed along one path. That like you start dating and you develop romantic feelings and then you become sexual.
Yeah, and that's
and
not,
it's like,
not
yeah,
true.
most of my relationships don't work that way. The majority of my, long-term relationships have been literally, we hooked up through the computer for a booty call, and a couple of months down the road realized that there were some feelings developing.
I mean, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. In my case,
Yeah.
I often, and especially, and this is partially my dating history too coming into play, not just my orientation, but I cannot have sex with somebody that I am in a partnership with, because the moment I do that, my partnership feelings, those demi-alterous feelings, they die. I basically, I get a burnout. And again, this is more my history than my orientation, but because my brain goes warning, 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 danger, danger, everything shuts off for that person, and I stop having feelings for them.
So, something that I'm curious about, for those folks, like it seems everybody here, who has had a relationship or is in a relationship currently, did your partner have difficulty as they learned your various peccadillos? That, well, I'm not necessarily completely binary. I'm kind of non-binary, and that sort of thing. That as they learned more about you, that they had problems accepting part of that as you came out to them on that level.
I've dated a few people. I've never dated a cis person, which probably makes my experience a bit different. But there was a few weeks where, when I came out as non-binary, my partner was my partner at the time was having a field day with using different pronouns for me throughout conversations, and that was about the only change it really made.
Oh, come on. I didn't come out until after I had stopped dating. I have only known about being ace for 3 years now. I've only known about being aromantic for about a year-ish, maybe. And I had stopped dating at around 21. I completely stopped dating around 21.
Yeah. Well,
because I knew I didn't want sex anymore. I was told that sex had to be part of relationships. I've had people threaten me when I've said that I didn't want to be in a sexual relationship. And people said, well, and I grew up in an environment that said, well, if you're not having sex, you don't deserve to be dating. And so I just stopped.
That's shit.
It is shit, but that's the thing is,
Yeah.
like, I had no other information. I didn't have access to any of this. And this is part of why the "are you queer or not" conversation hurts so goddamn much, is because until I got access to other queer people, I didn't have any of that information. I only got that information once some of my other friends had come out and come across a couple of terms and said, hey, this sounds like our friend Tria. And started trying to get me to look at the information, specifically, mostly my best friend. And so, like, this is why it hurts so much, because a lot of us were basically left on our own without knowing that, hey, there's nothing wrong with this. You don't have to. And you would be saddened by how many stories of aces who aren't really into sex, who are having it just because they thought that that was the only way to have a relationship.
Right. And that's why we need to have this information out there so that, young people, as they're, discovering themselves, can realize that it isn't just one relationship model, that there are lots of different ways people do it.
Yeah, and that's the biggest reason why I came out as ace was, holy shit, I need to make sure that if there's anybody around me who's questioning or wondering, they have all the information available to them to make those kinds of decisions. Because if you don't have the information, you're going to make some crappy decisions.
Yeah, and that's, I realize for a lot of people it's not safe to be out for various reasons, especially like, teenagers, if they still have to live at home and don't think their parents are going to accept it. You don't want them to wind up homeless. So, for those of us who can afford to be out, it's important, that we let them know there's something else available.
I mean, I moved to my dad's house before I came out to my mum.
Did you choose to do that because your dad was more comfortable with it than your mum, or?
Yeah. So, for a bit of kind of family history, my 3 living grandparents run evangelical churches. And my mum goes to one in the same group as their churches. My dad, on the other hand, is agnostic. He uses the term, I think. And then he's just sort of, he doesn't really care. And I'd come out to him a few months before I moved to his house. So I knew he was definitely chill.
I came out to my brothers. I have one older, one younger brother. I came out to them before I came out to my parents. They were. I used to consider them to be accepting of me, but I've decided that they're really just tolerant of me. Not that there's animosity or hatred on the other side of that, but they just really couldn't care less if I even exist, kind of thing. But they don't wish me ill will. And so I did that because I wanted them, I guess, to know what was going down if mom and dad suddenly were freaking out and calling them, or in some sort of panic mode, that they'd be prepared for that. And they didn't. My parents just never talked about it. Ever. Very strange family. I still haven't come out to my family that I'm lesbian, and I don't think I ever will. It's just, I think it's way more than they can handle.
That's
yeah. After that reaction, I don't blame you.
Yeah.
My family knows that I'm ace. They don't know that I'm aromantic, and it's partially a mix of different things. One, the family that I came out to has kind of accepted me, and they've just accepted my asexuality. I don't see going through the having to define what my romantic orientation is like for them. It's just work that I don't need to do. It's not that they wouldn't accept it. It's just, that's work I don't need to do. The people that I haven't told that I'm ace, that are in my family, I'm not about to even start with them about the difference between romantic and sexual orientation. Because again, that's fucking work I don't need to do.
That's fair. You just
for me, I never really felt like I was actually much in the closet. Again, it's more a thing of denial, because I've always been pretty open and, not in your face. It's not something I throw at people if it doesn't come up. But even the letter I worded to my family was saying that, I figured most of them were already aware of it, and it was more like giving them permission to talk about it. Just because I've never been good at keeping secrets, so I don't really bother. You know, and I just felt that anyone at that point who didn't already know I was bisexual just hadn't been paying attention.
Yeah, I have multiple family members who I suspect are aro or ace. And I think that's partially why I was accepted so readily by a lot of them, was because it used to be, oh, well, that's just, Benji. That's just Lara. And I'm using fake names, but it was just like that's how they perceived it. In the family, who you are is essentially usually, unless it is usually to a degree accepted. And I say to a degree because a lot of them have that stupid, well, as long as you don't act on it towards gay and bi people, which is not accepting. I know it's still
not how any of
hurtful and
this
hateful.
works.
That's not how any of this works. But it's like, but if you tell them, they're like, oh, okay. That's just how it is in the family. When you say something like that, they just go, oh, okay, well, that's just how you are. And so when I came out to my dad's side of the family, I haven't talked to my mom's side of the family because outside of all of this nonsense, they're just assholes. I just don't talk to them. They're assholes. But it was just when I told them, they were like, oh, well, that's just how you are. Okay. And so that's why I don't really discuss it a lot with them, because it was just kind of like a no big deal, no brainer kind of thing. A lot of my cousins are that way. A lot of my cousins are probably aro or ace. They just haven't come out or said anything. They've just not, there's not a lot of pressure. Unless you're the Mormon part of the family, there's not a lot of pressure to date even. So
That'd be nice, not having any pressure.
It is, but at the same token, you have to remember I grew up Mormon, and that's a whole can of worms there.
That's its own whole thing, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. That's actually what broke me, was not my family, but my church.
See, I have some missionaries near me. Before coronavirus started, I had some missionaries near me who I would stop by every day to just have conversations with them. And they'd come up to me in the bus station and stuff to try and chat to me. And I'm half convinced they decided that I was one of the people that they needed to try and convert while they were there.
Were they trying to save you?
I think so.
Hello, Hessie.
Hello.
Sorry, I know that was kind of something I was supposed to respond to, but the fire alarm went off right at that moment, and I didn't want y'all. I didn't.
Okay, I heard that. I was wondering whose alarm that was.
That was mine. The fire alarm went off. We're not burning down, I promise.
Okay, everything's okay over there.
Everything's okay.
Good.
Yeah, the Mormon Church heavily teaches that you are the gender you were assigned at birth. You were that gender in the premortal existence, and you will be that gender after you die. So if you were assigned female at birth, that's the gender you were, that's the gender you are, and that's what you're going to be in the afterlife.
I forget the pre-existence is a thing.
I don't, because that was actually one of the big things that they used against me was, well, you were obviously born into the church, so you must have been, you must have promised God that you were going to grow up, get married to a man and have a buttload of children. And I was just like, first of all, no. But yeah, there's stuff like you're taught from a very, very, very little age. And hi Sam. And also Hissy came in. I didn't notice. I'm sorry. Hi Hissy. I will shut up soon, I promise. But I would stuff like I was in in nursery, and I don't remember this, but I know it was taught because I've gone back and looked at the website. They start teaching you as little children that you are supposed to grow up and get married in the temple. They start teaching you that as young as 2 and 3.
What? But do these people understand basic biology?
No,
I don't think so.
they don't at all.
Isn't even your biological sex isn't set until several months into a pregnancy? Is that not right?
They don't care about that.
Yeah, also sex being socially constructed and intersex people existing.
Yeah, exactly.
I have.
Yeah, it's really.
I have yelled at that because anybody who's been around me any length of time knows that I want to take every single copy of the Family Proclamation and throw it into a dumpster. Even my super duper Mormon friends who I still have, mostly because I realize that in order to get the changes that I want, I have to work with people who are still in the church. And I actually enjoy some of them. They're better than the church, and I wish they'd leave. But I want to take the Family Proclamation and burn it because in the first few sentences, they basically go, well, intersex people don't really exist. And if they do, we're going to act like they don't because that complicates everything in this document. And we don't want to.
But you can't just pretend something doesn't exist because you don't like it.
Do you not know Christians do that all the time?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm
fair.
pagan. That's not what facts are.
How does the Mormon Church actually handle people when they come out, whether it's gay or trans or whatever? What do they actually do with that person?
It depends on your bishop. It depends on your family. Unofficially, they say that they don't encourage you to force yourself into an opposite gender relationship, but bullshit. They say they don't do conversion therapy anymore. They just do a lighter form of it than they used to. I call bullshit. Yeah, like I got off kind of sort of easily in a sense, partially because again my family accepted me and partially because I basically said I don't want any of the marriage bit, and they said, well, we can change that. And I'm not my family but the church, and that's partially why I left. It's one of the biggest reasons why I left.
That's kind of what I was wondering with the Mormon Church being so family oriented and procreation and expansion of the family, because they want numbers and money back into the main office, so much that they would scorn or I don't know, excommunicate or whatever the family itself because they support.
Yeah, shunning.
Shunning does happen, and shunning is a weird thing in Mormonism because you can be in good standing but still be ostracized. Which happened with my mom. My mom was a very angry lady, and for good reason. And she was often in the bishop's office yelling at the bishop for being an asshole. And that's a big no-no. It's not enough to get you thrown out of church, but the other people socially were like, we don't like that. And so she didn't have a lot of friends at church.
We don't want you to come into the ice cream social.
Yeah. So she was in good standing. She could go to the temple. She could take sacrament or communion for everybody else who, she was in good standing. She could go, to all of the meetings. She could ask for blessings, which is a more Mormon thing. But the other ladies didn't want to hang around her. You can be disfellowshipped, which is basically you're not allowed to take sacrament. You can't work at church, which actually is kind of a blessing if you ask me. You can't talk in church. You can't like stand up before the congregation and give a speech, essentially.
Yeah.
And you can't pray in front of the church. However, once everybody notices the pattern that you're not doing those things, they start to figure out something's wrong. And then you have excommunication, which is basically you can show up if you really want to, but you're not a member. We've done away with a couple of the things that are required for you to become like God. Not sorry. Please, please come back when you want to actually play by all of our dumbass rules.
Yeah, but you have this whole lifetime of a scorecard that you've filled out with all these things that you've done according to church rules. They just throw that out. That none of that matters anymore.
They keep your scorecard. I'm still being watched by the Mormon Church. Hi, whomever's being paid to watch me. I hope you're hearing all of this. Just wait until I get big enough. I'm gonna make y'all watch some really stupid shit when I finally have confirmation that I've got a big enough file.
That's a good idea. I like that.
Just troll the Mormons so they don't have time to troll everyone else. Sounds great.
Pretty much. Like, I don't know if I'm actually being watched yet. I don't know when they start watching you. But if I ever get confirmation, I'm going to get together with my friends and do like a bad troll video. Just something absolutely stupid. Not necessarily, it's not going to be offensive or anything, but it's going to be like, oh God, why was I made to watch that?
That's the best way to do it.
And what's the purpose of them watching you? What do they gain from that?
Mormons are all about appearance. If you make the Mormon Church look bad enough, they get mad. That's actually the biggest reason you get excommunicated. Is if you make the Mormon Church look bad, you can do whatever you want as long as you're not fucking caught. But
that just sounds like really extreme Catholicism. She says as an ex-Catholic.
There's a lot of crossover, as much as the Mormons hate to admit it.
I get that, not nearly to the level that you had to deal with it. But that was the thing with my family. It's just like, don't besmirch the family name.
That's essentially what it is.
The more I learn about Mormonism and Jehovah's Witnesses and stuff, the more it strikingly reminds me of the Pentecostal church that my mum attends, and they all strongly dislike Jehovah's Witnesses, and they don't really know Mormons exist for the most part.
Sam, is your mum at TFL or TLF or which one is it? There's so many different Pentecostal churches in the UK.
It's a weird
flirted
tiny...
with Trinity Life, and I flirted with an offshoot of Foursquare.
So, the fun thing about my mum's church is that there's about 50 churches in a little town and a few surrounding villages that call themselves churches together, and they're a mix of evangelical and Pentecostal groups. They call themselves non-denominational as a collective.
Okay. Right.
So yeah, it's weird.
Does that allow them to pick and choose what they want to believe then? If it's non-denominational, they can just make it up as they go along?
Nope. It's non-denominational in that you can be any denomination to come in, but they will teach you their denomination stuff.
Oh. Well, that's not good.
They cast a wide net to
catch
as many
so they
fish
can
as
convert
possible.
you.
Yeah, so it's a bit like one particular sermon was all about this specific verse. I think it's Acts 16:31, which I've memorized for fun conversations with other Christians. And the verse itself is, "And whoever so is saved, their family shall be saved too." Which, of course, they took out of context and said this means that we need to save more people so that all their families will then be saved. But what it's really saying, within context of the story, is that if this person is saved, he'll be able to convert his family too. But they took it out of context and did a whole sermon on this one verse. And that was the strong belief of the church, that this was this verse and it was by itself true.
Ah.
Yeah.
It's meant that I, in order to work out afterwards, though, what was actually going on, I went and read up a bit on the Hebrew, a few specific passages, which allows me to have some fun arguments with street pastors. I do. I go out into Manchester and go street pastor hunting. I live nearish Manchester, and there's a massive main road, and I can walk from Piccadilly Gardens to the Arndale. I don't know if anyone knows where those two places are, but I walk between those two places, and I can get stopped by 8 street pastors and a Muslim advocate.
Have you counted?
On a regular day, I do this a few times. I've done this a few times now, and I'm going to do it again on Wednesday. Is that my average at this point is 8 and a Muslim.
8 and a
Good
Muslim.
grief.
I used to live in Manchester, so I know that area really, really well.
Oh yeah, they've still got the shouty Pentecostals.
Yeah.
About a year ago, they did the Manchester. 2 years ago, the Manchester Parade. I was in Manchester for that. I live in America at the moment. It was the first time they'd let an LGBT float as part of that parade, and so I went along to show some support, and I ended up stood next to a Christian group who were outraged that gays were out in public in Manchester.
See, this year was going to be my first out pride. So it's a shame that we've got Rona, but
mine too.
Yeah, I was looking forward to actually going to the main Pride event. I actually went to a more family-friendly one down at the museum, because it was just like, I want to go to a Pride thing, but I'm really, really scared as an ace kind of deal. Because again, I've been watching the discourse for a very, very long time, even before I knew I was... Well, no, actually, it hasn't been that long. It feels like decades, but it's only been 3 years. But I remember going, and this is a family-friendly event. This is like kids and grandma, and like, you know, you're going to the museum, and we had people outside, like in a huge ass prayer circle, like praying. And I was just basically looking over. And as my friend and I were walking in, this van just screeches into the parking lot. Like Cruella de Vil style. Just like screeches into the parking lot. And this little old tiny lady with curly gray hair hops out. She's wearing this shirt that's like glittery and rainbows. It says, "I'm your grandma now."
Yes,
and,
I love that stuff.
And like,
I mean, that reminds me of my friend Wolf.
10 kids pile out of it, and she's just staring at that group like, I dare you to approach me. I was just like, fantastic. I love you.
Like, you, Sam, you are actually close enough to where I'm from. You might recognise the name of my hometown. I'm from Bradford. And I live in Bradford. Yeah.
I've got relatives in Bradford.
Small town.
I used to live on Bradford Street.
Oh, well, there we go. And I would love to have a grandma in a glittery shirt show up at one of our Pride events.
That'd be cool.
Because I obviously, Bradford is not known for being a bastion of progressive politics.
Yeah, it was one of the things I was looking forward to, getting out of that small town. Yeah. That this year I could have gone to the Minneapolis Pride Parade. And Minneapolis is said to have the second largest Pride festival in the country, second only to San Diego at this point.
I mean, to put it in perspective, I went to Leicester for university, and it felt like a step towards being somewhere more progressive.
See, Hissy, here's one you might recognise. The nearest actual town to me is Rochdale. I don't know if that's one you know.
Yeah, I know Rochdale, yeah.
Yeah, so the town nearest my village is Rochdale.
Okay, fair enough. So you're on outskirts of Manchester, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, it's I'm pretty much Yorkshire.
Yeah, close enough.
Yeah.
Let's. There's
So
a mountain range that might disagree with you, but.
Yeah, but yeah, so that's we're relatively close then.
Yeah, we are. Yeah.
It's not a progressive area, is it?
No, not so much. I think you get north of sort of Sheffield, and things go a bit awry.
A little bit.
Yeah. Although I hear Liverpool's quite nice. I hear Liverpool's quite good.
Liverpool is fairly good.
Yeah, and then we've
As
got
is Blackpool, funnily enough.
Yeah, but Blackpool's always had that reputation, like going way back.
The thing is, we've got the lights in Blackpool, so they're just weirdos. Like, you don't walk into your room. What is this, Blackpool Illuminations?
What says Blackpool Illuminations? Don't light off. Oh, did your mum always used to tell you to close the door in case you were born in a barn and all?
Yes.
Oh God, I know you're northern because my accent's coming out talking to you.
Hey.
I was a member of the Lutheran Church as a kid. That's what my parents raised me as. They were not particularly religious, although they kind of tried to be from time to time. But I was out of the church for like 12 years before I came out, so I didn't have to go through any of that. The Lutheran Church I was part of, the synod was the Missouri Synod, which was the more liberal of the two Missouri or Wisconsin Synod. But it was still quite conservative. Don't make it sound like it was a party. It still believed in things like no singing, no dancing, no having fun. But it's interesting because today I actually know a woman who is trans and is married to a woman who is a pastor of a Lutheran church with the Missouri Synod. So that the church really came around in that particular case.
See, that's nice. That's what churches should be and what they should represent as a community, if they're going to exist at all. Can I sort of just for a minute, like, step up on kind of my soapbox?
Yeah.
I put a thread out on Twitter yesterday where I sort of for the first time admitted publicly that I'm currently questioning my gender. And the absolute love I got from this community was it blew my mind. I came out as bisexual sort of 10, 12 years ago, and it was a totally different experience. And this community is, I don't know if it's because times have changed, I hope it is, or whether it's just that this community is so brilliant. Maybe a little bit of both. I'm definitely thinking a little bit of both. But just to everyone who responded to that, thank you so much because it really put my mind at ease.
I would like to address that when you're finished. Go ahead, continue.
Yeah, no, go for it. I just wanted to say thank you to everyone because it was so nice to be able to say something like that and not feel judged and not feel like people were going to turn around and tell me that I was being, stupid and immature and that I didn't know what I was talking about, because that's everything I got when I came out as bi.
While we're having a verbal conversation, Hissy, well done. I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
When I came out in the late 70s is when I started my transition. There was no community. It was beginning to form. There were, gay liberation was spoken about finally. And people were trying to organize and trying to become visible and verbal, but it was still way in its infancy, and there certainly was no trans community in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and so it was really difficult. And for today, the community is, I think, the biggest, most positive, the biggest change in a very positive way for trans folks, and for gay and lesbian, the whole spectrum, everybody, than anything else. if we had the community support back then, it would have been a very, very different story. It was a lonely, lonely life back in the 70s to come out. And I'm just really happy that you guys get so much support. And I'm glad to have come back in the community and be able to give some of that support too.
Yeah. My character, I came out as bisexual when I was about 15. And I'm going by the phrase currently right now if I'm currently questioning my gender. That's where I'm going with that, because I don't know where this is going to end up. But I'm taking my time over it. And somewhere in between all that, I realised I was demi when I was about 19. Demisexual and biromantic, which sort of, this is what I meant in the comments when I said I've got a bit of alphabet soup going on.
Yeah. And when you start splitting up when you start going into where your romantic orientation and your sexual orientation is split, that adds a whole bunch of other things into the letters.
It doesn't.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, I've been involved in the LGBTQ plus community since the early 80s, and at that time I was in a lot of arguments about whether or not they should include bisexuals.
Those arguments are still going on. It's irritating.
Well, yeah, and it seems every 20 years we wind up going through the same arguments with a new group of people, so it's kind of like now we're up to the aces.
Yeah,
and the
aromantics.
The anti-trans TERFs community existed back in the 70s too. It had a different name.
Yeah,
but it was the same people with the same bullshit.
Yeah, and that's what really
discourages
me, that we keep going through the same argument over and over, and it's like, why can't we just agree to treat everyone equally? You know, that's all we need to do.
People with privilege think that they'll lose some of theirs if they hand any more over. It's not a pizza. You don't lose it because your hand a slice out.
It's not a zero-sum game.
Yeah, it's not a zero-sum game. Yeah, it's an infinite pizza. Everyone can have a slice.
I like that. We should promote that as a tagline.
I had quite a weird thing where when I was secretly being queer, I went and found that one of the local LGBT plus youth groups, and they were some of the most accepting people. Like, we had people who were trans. We had people using neopronouns, which was interesting, but everyone just went with it, and it didn't matter if you were bi, ace, demi. It doesn't matter. I mean, I initially went along as an ally because I didn't even want to acknowledge to some of the people in the room who I knew were at my college that I was queer just yet.
Yeah, no, I was doing that.
That's such a classic meme that floats around from time to time. You know, I'm just, you know, it's okay, you guys exist. No, well, I'm just a good ally, and you know, I think maybe this, you know, I could be, and then.
I'll give you the best one. I played that line so hard that from being a teenager right the way through to being in my early 20s, that my parents were surprised when I came out. I played that line so hard about just being an ally.
You know,
that's great.
You know, it's also kind of funny. So, and we don't do this on purpose, but I've noticed that a lot of people who don't realize that they're queer or somewhere in the alphabet often make friends with other closeted, sometimes even just closeted. They don't know
they
themselves.
just attract each other.
Yeah, we just do. We accidentally find each other,
so
and then years later, like all of my friends in high school, like years later, 3 out of every 4 of my friends actually came out.
So I looked around myself in sixth form and realized, wait, all my friends are gay or bi, and here's me well, pretending I'm straight. Like, this is
Yeah.
not working.
My friend group at the moment, my D&D group, started out as public facingly. We were 3 cis het people, a trans girl, and a pan cis dude. But now it's a trans pansexual girl, a bi cis girl, and then 3 queer non-binary people.
We
There is
do
no
that.
straight friend. There is no straight friend.
There is no token straight friend in that group. If you're the token straight friend, it's because you haven't come out yet.
We are just a big can of mixed nuts.
I like that, mixed nuts.
Yeah, touching on what Tria said about people not realizing it, is one of my favorite coming out stories was from my ex's best friend. That when he came out as gay, she and his sister both had the same response. They were stunned, like, "You didn't know?" You know, it's like everybody around him figured it before he did.
I had that from my local group. Were just like, when I came out to everyone as non-binary, they were just like, "No shit."
That pissed me off when I developed these, and I'm sure we all did this too. These very carefully constructed discussions that you were going to lead to these people as you come out. You know, we all have this pre-story that we have to offer them before we say I'm gay or whatever.
Yeah.
And so I was right in the middle of that with my younger brother, who is not the brightest bulb in the pack. Okay. And he just stopped me at one point in the middle. He says, "You're going to have a sex change, aren't you?" What the?
It was so I was the only one who was successfully able to lie my way through all that.
My family all still think I'm cishet, except my mum and my dad, some of my little siblings.
To be fair, my coming out to my parents could have been better. I walked into the room they were in, had all this speech planned, and just looked at them. And I was holding like a pride postcard that you get, and it was the one with the tennis balls on it.
Oh yeah!
And I literally my brain froze, and I just handed the thing to my mum, and she just looked at me. She went, "You're a lesbian," and I went, "No, I'm bi," and then ran away.
That's fair. When I came out several times, I had some interesting things pop up from it. But first, I'm going to acknowledge what Orla has just been putting in the chat, and that's fair. As someone who sometimes has polyamorous relationships, people are either dismissive of it or just go, "Oh, it's just orgies. It's not really a relationship." So I came out to most of my friends when I was in Switzerland. Actually, I made a bunch of phone calls.
Get out the country first. That's not a bad idea, is that?
We were on a physics trip to CERN in year 13, I think.
Wow, you went to a posh school. We didn't know what CERN was in physics in year 13.
Oh no, it's not even a posh school. It's just that they had really good results last year, so they got a shit ton of government grants.
Fair enough. I went to the kind of school that school trip was to Eureka.
Eureka.
For the cis people in the chat, the reason that this coming out thing is a dynamic for all of us is because once you do come out, you're going to come out time and time and time again for your entire life.
Yeah.
Because there's always somebody else who needs to know. There's a lot of people you don't tell, but there's always somebody new who needs to know for one reason or another.
Especially as a non-binary person, people either assume you're male or female, or they ask if you're a boy or a girl. Like, on a good day, I can get several people to stop and ask me if I'm a boy or a girl. Because I go for very androgynous sometimes.
Yeah. Well, I have people asking about my pronouns, and I am very gender fluid, so for me it can switch several times in one day. So there's no way I can expect anyone else to keep up with that.
Yep.
No, see,
I just stick to they.
I have always sort of, and this is why I wonder if my questioning my gender now after the discussion we just had, if it wasn't a bit obvious. Because I've always introduced myself to people as I'm so and so. What are your preferred pronouns? And if people tell me they change, I'll say, yeah, just let me know, but don't expect me to remember because I'm dyslexic. I'm sorry. Have a go at me if I forget.
Actually,
and I'll always try and remember, but I always give that caveat of my brain doesn't always work. Please forgive me.
Yeah, when people have misgendered me, I just more than anything, I found it amusing. You know, and there is still someone, I'm not going to say who on YouTube, that every time I go into their chat, his wife seems to be unaware that I'm male.
Okay.
You know, even though the avatar's got a beard.
That's fair.
Somehow she's missed that for like over a year now.
It took me a while to notice the beard on the avatar. I heard, although, to be fair though, like I heard your voice at the same time as I saw the avatar, so it's not like I only saw the avatar and stuff beforehand. So, but yeah, that beard is there, but you have to be really looking for it.
You have to look at it.
Yeah, especially in the sideshow. I know the avatars are pretty small and you can't see much on them.
Yeah, like you can't tell on mine. You can see the umbrella and the taper, but you can't really see any of the other details that are in there. Although the details that are in there are for specific people, and even they haven't noticed yet when they've seen the avatar full-sized. So, boo on all of you who missed it. Boo. Ex-Mormons, you should be doing better.
I will say though, young people, I think one bit where you've got a leg up on those of us who are a bit older. I know when I was coming through, the way I explored my sexuality was by going online and reaching out to people, and it was not like it is now. It was not Twitter and Facebook. It was dire forums and that kind of thing. And I do like to see that these younger people coming through have got that ability to just sort of, if they want to find a community, they can find it very easily.
Yeah, well, I'm glad all this is available.
Yeah.
You know, because like when Jenny and I were going through it, you know, the internet wasn't even a thing. So I wasn't aware there was a community until I was approaching 30.
Yeah, no, I would not have had a clue where to find an LGBT community before I went to uni. And now if I'm curious about something, I type it into Google or into Twitter and just wait. Something will appear.
See, I'm young enough that I don't actually, I wasn't alive when 9/11 happened. So I'm very, very new to all of this stuff.
I consciously remember 9/11. You've just made me feel really old.
I was in high school in history class when it happened. Like, we were actually talking about, and I shit you not, we were talking about Pearl Harbor.
Oh my, that's something.
That was just weird, because it was just like, because it sent us in, I wasn't shocked because I wasn't shocked at all because I just don't get shocked very often by news. But there were several in our class who thought that we were watching a movie, partially out of shock and partially because we were discussing Pearl Harbor. So, like, they were just like, are we watching, like, a movie of Pearl Harbor? Are we doing this? And our teacher was like, no, this is actually happening in New York this morning, right now.
Yeah, no, I was in school. The news came through. We'd heard about it in school. I got home, and as I walked through the front door, I remember looking at the TV. The news was on, and I watched the second tower fall.
Yeah, I think we were watching the second. I think we were watching the second tower fall. I don't know. I think we had been watching it for a while, because basically once the news hit, that was all that we had on our TV screens. And as high schoolers, I think it was fine. We could handle it. but I found out along the way that a lot of elementary schools were doing the same thing, like having it on the TV screens. And I'm like, no. You don't know. You don't do that. You tell them what the hell's going on because they need to know. You don't hide that shit from them. But at the same token,
and they brought the TV into my classroom.
Yeah.
So yeah, that sort of stuff was all history lessons for me.
Even as an adult seeing that, though, I just, I could only watch it for so long. I had to turn it off.
Yeah, I
apologize for having made everyone feel old.
I was feeling old when this started because I remember the first moon landing. When I was 5, I watched the first man walk on the moon, so...
I think we do have an entire generation, though, that the first major world event we remember is 9/11.
Yeah.
And you'll probably, Sam, given what you've just said about your age, maybe you'll remember 7/7 a bit more.
7/7? I'm trying to... I was very sheltered. Oh, yeah, I was very sheltered, but I was aware of the London bombings.
Hey, Purple, make sure you're looking at private chat.
Yeah. And then I suppose more recently you will have been aware of what happened in Manchester, which I rode over for that.
Okay.
We did a full ride out for that because I was part of the school.
Okay, well, Cheesemondo's got kind of limited time here, and he wanted to ask a couple of questions.
Just a quick one. I'm supposed to be helping my husband. We're moving things around in the house, and I said I'd only be geeking out for 30 minutes online with you guys, and that was 73 minutes ago.
Okay, sorry to be keeping you too long.
No. It's been. I've really enjoyed this, but if I don't make an effort to get offline, fairly surely you're going to see some kind of bookshelf thrown at me just out of camera that way. And I don't want to be killed on a live stream. Thank you very much. So, the question I've got, it's kind of two parts. There's a 14-year-old in my family who is not in the chat, so I can talk about him freely. He's obviously 14, full of testosterone. He's got no idea what sexuality is, anything like that. He was caught looking at gay porn by his dad, who threw him out of the house for looking at gay porn. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. I thought things were getting easier, and apparently they're not, because there's a certain older generation of people like myself, I guess, who just can't get it into their heads. So this kid's being judged now as being gay. I've talked to him about it. He's got no idea, and I've said there's no hurry. Like, there's no hurry to decide. You're not under any pressure. You got all of these kids coming out on things like TikTok, which is on one hand is kind of heartwarming. So a long preamble to my question to the panel is it easier for younger people, and this is probably more for you, Sam, is it easier for younger people to come out to people their own age than it is to older people?
Yes. I know that was more to Sam, but yes, definitely.
So, yes, and the main reason is you don't have to worry about people our age trying to stab you.
Yeah. Or you don't have to worry about them throwing you out of the house.
You mean literally stab you?
Yes, I avoid people with knives generally because a lot of people around here don't like me.
Oh, you live in that kind of area. That makes a lot of sense.
Well,
no, it's not even
living in a small town, I get that.
Yeah, and it's not a thing I generally worry about. But in Manchester, if I'm wearing any sort of pride flag, I'll be careful to kind of avoid anything that isn't a main road.
Yes.
Yeah, well, on a similar thing around here, I don't put any bumper stickers on my car that have a religious reference because I think it would get vandalized.
That's fair. I've come to the conclusion that if someone is settled enough to have a conversation with me and ask me about it, I'll tell them, but otherwise, generally, people don't need to know.
Also, and Hissy and I kind of touched on this a little bit in side chat, but it also isn't just age as a factor. Some places are not safe to come out. It is not safe for me to tell any of my doctors or a therapist. I don't currently have a therapist, which bites. But it is not safe to tell a therapist or a doctor that you are ace.
No, it's not.
No.
I was forced onto 4 different kinds of birth control in 8 months because they thought my not having much of a libido was a side effect.
I am going to
Really?
trigger warning. I'm going to give a trigger warning. Suicidal ideations, depression, and medicalization. I told my doctor that I was not interested in sex. I didn't know I was ace, but I told him that I was not interested in sex. I didn't care about it. Didn't care about a relationship. And I had suicidal ideations due to some of my background. They took me off my antidepressants because it messes with your libido. And they took me off the birth control. That was keeping my periods under control.
Oh, gosh.
And this is the reason why I currently do not have a therapist, is because the only option that I have is to go back to that place. This is currently why I don't have a doctor. It's because the only option I have is to go back to that place.
Yeah, and that's unfortunately, at minimum, a terrible lack of professionalism on their part. But I've gone through many therapists through the years, and trying to gauge them to judge what I can and cannot talk about.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm very lucky that I happen to have a decently chilled out doctor, and that some of my teachers at high school taught me how to actually research, because I have had to teach my doctor how to refer someone to a gender identity clinic, and he still hasn't done it 4 months later, and he's considered the best doctor in the area for LGBT health.
Oh.
Wow.
Is he also recommending a course of leeches to people?
Yeah, like
leeches are actually used these days.
No,
they do have a legitimate purpose.
Surgically, but not to cure your different sexual tendencies.
Yes, we have to draw out the humors.
I'm going to call you Cheese because I don't know what other name you've given. I think with the teenager you're talking about, I remember it being hard as a teenager, a lot harder to come out to adults than it was to people my age, because it felt like people my age were on my level, and it was almost, initially it was, well, they don't matter, so if I come out to them and they take it badly, I can just move on and make other friends.
Yeah.
Whereas my parents, I can't really replace them. I can't replace my aunts and uncles. I can't replace my cousins,
I did make a joke about, well, a semi-joke about trying to not be stabbed, but in all seriousness, a lot of people, when I tell a lot of adults, if they don't freak out about it, a lot of the time their first reaction is, I hope you're careful when you go outside.
Yeah, no, I had that as well. A lot of adults said to me as a teenager when I came out to them, they said, whatever you do, don't go shouting this about where you're from. Because, again, I don't know how well you know Bradford, Sam.
Yeah, I am familiar enough with Bradford.
Yeah.
I was born, raised, and still live in Homewood.
Are there cities in the UK where it's safe to come out?
Oh, most places. Manchester is generally pretty safe, except for the area where all the Christians stand. Brighton is probably one of the safest places on the planet to announce that you're LGBT in any manner.
Honestly, I assume if I meet someone and they say they're in Brighton, it's because they're LGBT.
Yeah, like I've got a friend who's just gone to Brighton for uni, and like 2 weeks before going to Brighton, they worked out that they're bi.
May I ask a stupid but obvious question? Why haven't the hell you gotten out of there and moved somewhere better?
Because I have my dad here. And I can't leave, and I love my dad and he's great, and I can't leave. I can go further away, and I plan to go further away once my finances are better, but It's more. There was a lot of stuff happened in the last sort of 5 years where I didn't feel right leaving my dad alone in this city.
That's fair. I mean, Leeds might be a decent shout for you.
Yeah, I moved to Leeds for a little while, but silly so-and-so here moved to Hare Hills in Leeds, which is not a step up. Yeah, I moved to Hare Hills and thought it was better than Homewood, and it was. But that doesn't. That's not because Hare Hills is that good. That's because Homewood is that bad. And
it's like saying you're from Wythenshawe.
Yeah, a little bit. And it was very. I'm one of those people. I live a very insular life where I live anyway, so I don't mix with the people around me. Those who've known me from when I was 5 years old, they know me. That's fine. But I don't know my neighbour's name, and I like it that way. That's how I live, because you don't know who's got what attitudes, and like Sam said, you don't know who's carrying a knife, you don't know who's into what, so I just keep my head down, my mouth shut, and get on with my life. And see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil where I'm from.
I moved here in March, and with the COVID, of course, everybody's locked in, but I'm just trying to gauge people in my own building to figure out whether or not I can be out about anything.
I'll be honest, the area of Homewood I live in, a family moved in, the fella's Asian, the wife I think is Eastern European, and they've got a young kid, and I was surprised that they put them in the block of flats I live in, because a mixed race family in the block of flats felt like a bit much, and I'm mixed race. And I was like, are you sure? Have you warned them what this is like? What it's like around here? That's the kind of area I live in. So to even get past that and to get onto things like being LGBT, you don't bring it up in conversation. It's not.
I feel very, very lucky and privileged right now. I live in a part of Minnesota that votes red every time. But I wouldn't call it rabidly conservative. I don't have any fear. I live in a small town of 900 people.
Yeah, well, for people not familiar with it, Minnesota is one of the more progressive states in the U.S.
Fair. I have a lot of I despite being in Rochdale, I don't have a lot of worries going outside because I know where's safe, and I can go out in a dress when I've not shaved in a few weeks, because for reference I'm AMAB, and people don't massively care. In fact, a lot of people don't notice the facial hair and catcall me, and so it's one of them that I'm in a position where, with the specific place I live, I'm safe enough to tell whoever asks, and even to, like, if I wanted, wave a pride flag around. But I'm the exception, not the rule in my area.
I think if I put a pride flag up in my window, a brick would come through it fairly quickly. It's not something I advertise. But again, it's one of those, it sounds a lot worse than it is for me, because I have you're all aware, you'll all know me on Twitter. I'm online 20 out of 24 hours. And I have such an online presence because I don't have a social life outside of the internet.
Because you don't sleep.
Well, I don't sleep either, but I don't have a social life outside of the internet. Because I frankly, I don't want to take the risk of getting to know someone in my local area without having that understanding there from the start of, listen, I'm LGBT, I'm this, I'm that, I'm the other. And people who see me online get that nice, neat little profile at the top that tells them everything about me, and they can decide if they want to interact or not. And it's very useful.
I've learned that in my area, nobody really gives that much of a damn, even if I talk about it. But the moment I start trying to date, that's when they start to act violent. It's basically like, well, okay, you're allowed to be asexual, but we don't want you in the dating pool. And if you get in the dating pool, we'll start threatening you.
And it's like you're not going to be dating the same people they are. What is their problem?
Yeah.
Because everybody because the way we teach about sex, and I'm talking about specifically America, because I do not understand other countries very well.
I can fill you in on the UK in a minute because I've literally just gone through the system of that.
Yeah, but here in America, we teach you that you are entitled to sex at some point in your life. You can wait until marriage, but once the marriage hits, you and your partner are entitled to sex.
What pisses me off about America is that it's the hypocrisy of it that everybody feels entitled to sex. The subculture of which is actually the real culture says yes, everybody should be able to have sex, premarital, whatever. But then when they get in a group, they become this mass, this evil mass that attacks people who actually live that way.
Yeah, it's again.
It's like look what we do to politicians who are found to be having an affair. We shred them. Now they're getting it because they're so blatant about their hypocrisy, making judgments of others people, and then when it turns out they're just like everybody else, they get nailed for it big time. But that happens on the personal level too.
Yeah, it does,
and it's just so wrong.
But that's the thing. That's one of the things that aces. There are some aces who are so sex negative that they don't think that sex is good for anybody. They're a small minority. They do exist. I will acknowledge that. But the majority of us are out going, hey, all we fucking want is for you to find somebody that you're compatible with and not try to force people who you aren't compatible with to try to be compatible with you. If you would stop that, all of our relationships would fucking be better.
Yeah, any relationship should be defined by the people involved in it, and what anyone else thinks of it is nobody's business.
Yeah, you shouldn't be going around going, well, you have to learn to like sex because that's just part of the relationship. It's like, no, you need to find somebody who is happy to go off and have sex with you consensually.
Well, and like being out is, for me, a big reason for that is to avoid the hypocrisy. That, before anything happens with someone, I need them to know that I don't do monogamy. I'm just not wired for it. So you've got to accept that going into it. So it's like, yeah, that gets rid of the hypocrisy of having an affair or that, because it's something I already discussed with my partner before it happened.
Yep. It's not cheating because they were aware it happened.
My husband and I are monogamous, but even I'm demi. I'm not sure if he is, and he might, at some point say he's poly. And I'd be sort of like, okay, so don't bring home a baby, don't bring home an STI, and don't bring home details because I'm not particularly interested. But you do you, as long as you're coming home to me and we're good, and you're as honest with me as I want you to be. I'm.
Yeah,
I don't
well,
think
and
that's kind of my attitude. My attitude is, I understand that my partner is not a mirror image of me designed solely to be in a relationship with me. He's his own person.
Yeah. Well, and that's what I mean about the people involved defining a relationship, because with different relationships, I've been at everything from, okay, don't tell me unless I ask you, to bring home pictures.
Yeah, and everything.
That happens.
Bye, Chismano.
My only question would be,
I'm gonna sorry, folks, I'm gonna have to drop out.
Okay.
You'd best dodge that.
Thanks for coming. Thanks for sharing with us.
I don't want to be beaten up, so
no, just one last thing I want to point out, Cheese, something you said. You said this 14-year-old has no conception of sort of sexuality. Unless he's actually said that, please don't take that for granted.
No,
That's what 14-year-olds know.
No,
Cheese did say that he'd spoken about it.
Yeah. He kind of said that he doesn't know, and I said that's absolutely fine.
Fair enough. Then fair enough.
Yeah.
Go play that piano.
Yeah. So it was nice to meet you then. Cheese. Don't get yourself beaten up.
Don't get beaten up. Yeah. Take care.
Okay,
and
well,
we're all here as a community. So any other questions?
Yep.
We can help.
Before you go, take your opportunity. Do you have anything coming up that you need to shill?
I don't. I actually don't. There may or may not be an uncalled for on the iNetwork later. We're not sure. I'm not sure right now. But other than that, no, I don't. But thank you very much for having me. And this has been really good fun hanging out with all of you.
Well, I will say
that very nice meeting you.
Cheesemondo usually hosts the after show after the shills have been on.
Okay.
Awesome. Right, I'm going to go. Thank you all. Love you lots.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
So, in terms of what we were discussing about education, in the UK, if you get sex education, what you're going to get is... I'll describe a best-case scenario. And bear in mind that 95%, I think it is, or some stupidly high number, I disremember, of high schools in the UK are church schools. So year 10 or 11, if your parents don't take you out of it, which most people's parents do, you might get taught what a tampon is, and that you're going to go through some hormonal changes in the next couple of years.
Wait, in year 10?
No, when you're 10.
Oh, I was going to say, in year 10 or 11, it's a bit late for that conversation.
I was about to say,
when you're 10. I just wasn't articulate with that.
Yeah.
So when you're 10 and 11, so kind of end of year 5, year 6, you might get that if you're not taken out of those lessons, which pretty much everyone is. Then through high school, so year 7... you're going to get pretty much nothing. Year 8, you get taught what an STI is. You've not been taught what sex is at this point, but you get taught what an STI is. Year 9, you get taught how to put a condom on, if you're in a good situation for that. And in year 10 biology, they teach you how the women's reproductive system works. And in year 11, they give you a short speech about how abstinence is the only 100% effective way of not having a pregnancy.
And show you all the process.
Yeah. That is so late. By that time, a good portion of the kids have already done it.
Yeah, year 11 is 16 years old. So.
Yeah. High school is too late to be giving that to you.
I'm sorry. I started. I hit puberty in 3rd grade.
They don't even teach you. They don't even teach you what puberty is. Like, if you've got a year 10 is. So to clarify, when I said 10 a minute ago, I meant age 10. But year 10 is going to be
14 to 15 years?
14 to 15 is year 10. And then 15 to 16 is year 11. So year 10 is when you get taught about the female reproductive system. If you're in higher levels of biology classes, if you're like one of the smart kids, basically.
In my situation, and this was America, in 1968, it would have been. We got a sex ed class that actually discussed male and female anatomy. That didn't. It was the gross anatomy. It didn't discuss things like the glands on the penis or the clitoris on the woman. But it did talk about this is vagina, this is the penis. It didn't talk about excitation and all that kind of thing. Yeah. Certainly did not approach homosexuality. And it was just basically an explanation of hardware.
I will say I had a completely Catholic education in the UK.
Oh yeah, I didn't get all of that I just described. That's what I've heard described from other people who had it better than me in that.
Yeah, did you have friends who told you that they never looked at a banana in the same way again?
We had actual
banana on the condom on the banana.
We had actual dildos that the teacher demonstrated with.
Don't say that word, God. We're on the air.
Yeah. No, my education was in year 5, so when we were about 10. Girls were sent to one room and told that they might wake up one day and boys might have wet dreams, and the boys were sent to watch a film. Then in year 7 we had you are special, save it for marriage. If your parents allowed you to take that class.
Did they do the gum analogy with you?
No, it wasn't the gum analogy. It was the which one was it? Oh no, we were just constantly compared and told. It was an all-girls school as well, so we were just told be like Mary and wait for God to tell you when it's right.
Be like Mary and have a kid without having sex.
Yeah.
Or be like Mary and have a kid from someone who wasn't your husband.
Yeah. Or be like Mary and get married at 13.
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure how far that was designed to track. Then in year 9, because I was the upper set science, we had the female reproductive system, but purely from this hormone makes this do this in the brain, and this hormone is made in this part of the body.
We did that.
And we did all that, and that was on the exams. We had no sex education at all. It was abstinence only all the way. Then at 16, like at this point, girls in my school are coming in pregnant, and we still haven't been taught. And then at 15, 16 in science class, they showed us gross pictures of STIs. And I will be straight up honest, I am a married woman. I still don't know how to put a condom on someone. I'm recognized as a married woman. I don't know how to do that because my school never taught me.
It's the same as putting on stockings.
They discouraged us.
It really is.
They discouraged us from actually putting a condom on one of these plastic penises. But they did let us if we chose to, but they discouraged us. And they did this with us when we were at the start of year 11. I think it was that they did this class for a second time with us, for those of us who hadn't got it the first time. And I just sat there and read my book and was like, nope.
Yeah.
Don't touch that thing. You don't know where it's been.
Yeah. We could point out as well. Also, don't you know? Consent in the UK is 16.
Yeah. Also, don't you know the gays don't exist?
Oh yeah, no, the gays don't exist. The closest I got to discussing gays was finding out the difference between what Catholics and Christians taught about the binary.
Fair. See, I had someone come out as bisexual in my friend group, and I had to ask them what it meant.
Oh no, I went to the kind of school where we were given anti-abortion talks at 14, but didn't know what the word bisexual meant until until I came out.
I'm actually quite surprised. I attended the public schools in the Chicago suburbs, and I started high school in 1978. And I'm actually amazed that we got what seems to be a fairly progressive sex ed that seems to still have been a lot better than a lot of people are getting now.
Yeah.
Like, of course they had less to cover then because gays hadn't been invented yet, but
when I was in high school, we had 2 publicly homosexual events, and that's the word that was used then, is homosexual. Gay did not exist. And one was an English teacher who suddenly disappeared, and nobody said anything about it. Where, what happened and where did he go? But if you look back in the newspaper a couple of days, you found his arrest report, and he was arrested because he was caught having homosexual sex in a motel room. So it was 2 consenting adults in a motel room. They got busted for it, and he lost his job as a teacher.
Yeah,
and he was one of the best English teachers ever. The other one was my biology teacher, Mr. Gergerich, who was just a doll. I just loved him to death. He was this real geeky kind of guy, very skinny, very hyperactive, brilliant mind, just a brilliant mind. Loved teaching kids, was so good at getting through to kids and getting them to understand biology. But he had this mannerism about him that was vaguely effeminate. And this is about the time that the word gay hit, and some of the mean kids started calling him gay and just really attacked him mercilessly for a week. And he lost it. He completely lost his mind and was dragged out of the school one day with a complete breakdown.
Kids are
It was just tragic.
Yeah, I mean, I've taken up teaching some of my friends who are about my age what sex actually is and how to have it safely.
Oh, well done to you, because that was me 10 years ago. I knew all of it hypothetically because I discovered fan fiction at 12 years old.
I was 9.
Yeah, no,
that's a good source for your education.
I say 12 years old because I got a fan fiction account when I was 12 years old, but I've been reading it from being like 10.
Yeah.
This was back in the days of lemons and disclaimers on fanfiction.net.
Oh, we still have lemons. They're still around. They're still a thing.
Well, see, and this is a thing now that, parents need to be aware of, that kids really do need this education much earlier, like middle school at the latest, because they're going to find it on the internet by then.
Yep.
Yeah, and
if you've
also,
not taught them by 12, you're too late.
And also, in my case, my abusive first boyfriend was the one who taught me about sex. Y'all want that happening to your children?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, that's not fun. I mean,
you really want your children to figure out that way?
Yeah. Now, Purple, given this is your channel, I don't know how, like, if there are any particular topics that you want to stay away from or anything. But
no,
also,
anything goes. Whatever you're up to talking about.
Okay. So I'm in the awkward position of this being my sex education. I was very confused, especially because things came up that were particularly kinky, and as such, I've made a lot of friends who've been able to explain shit to me and done a lot of actual decent research now. So I can now explain various kinky things to my friends. But growing up, I thought something was severely wrong with me and was quite upset.
Yeah.
Why? Because you thought about kinky things or imagined them or lusted for them?
Because I didn't know what sex was, and I was thinking about things in relation to sex and to really kinky stuff at the same time. And I didn't know what any of this was. I'd never heard any of these terms, never had a concept of it until I was like 15, when I think it was 14 when I worked out what sex was, and 15 when I worked out what kink was. When I put pieces together, and so I was like 10 years old with this going on, and I didn't understand.
My only source for information was again, this is back into like 68, that sort of time, was my mom's medical book. She was a registered nurse, fairly advanced, and so she had all these medical books that she learned from, but they were all late 1940s information.
Oh, textbooks from the 40s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, see, my mum had bookshelves full of Mills and Boon's books, but I wasn't allowed to read them. She probably should have let me. It would have been a lot less troublesome than some of the things I found on fanfiction.net.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I was told you're not allowed to read those, so...
Yeah. Letting me read the bad bits of Genesis would probably have got my mum in trouble at church. So, yeah, they were... puritanical is a funny word to use in relationship to a church that isn't Puritan, but they were puritanical.
Oh, yeah. Very much so. I just... It was almost like... On the one hand, as kids, they expected us to be totally asexual, sex repulsed, and want nothing to do with it. And then, as soon as we turned sort of 16, 17, they expected us all to start looking for a marriage. And it's like...
Yeah, pretty much.
But are you not going to tell me how to do this? Am I supposed to just, work it out?
Yeah, like, genuinely, if I
was
to choose between...
Did you ever have an adult tell you, or did anyone ever have an adult tell you, oh, people have been doing it for generations, you'll figure it out?
Yeah, I think especially for the girls, it was like they didn't want to take a chance of you having any information your husband might not have.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
someone had to have it because.
I'm in the funny position where I was thinking about this yesterday, and it was like, if I could have taxes or actual sex education taught in schools, which would I rather? And I'm not actually sure, but I think I err on the side of sex education.
But why not both?
I know if we could have both, absolutely. But if I had to pick one, I think it might actually be sex education over taxes, which are, kind of important.
I mean, I got neither, to be fair.
No one gets either at all.
Yeah.
All I know is my taxes are taken out of my paycheck. I don't know anything more than that.
But you do get sex ed even if you don't. It's called a locker room.
Oh, the changing rooms in the PE lessons and
PE changing rooms, man. Everyone takes the ties and whips each other.
Oh, they were a nightmare.
Yes, they were.
I don't know what the lads' ones were like, but the girls' ones were violent and vicious. God help you if your body was not perfectly like off the front of Vogue.
See, genuinely, the girls. I've had a lot of conversations with some of my female friends from high school, and some of them were kind of explaining to me that a lot of the time they'd sit round in a circle and hold hands and sing a song, and then the teacher would come in and tell them off because they were taking forever to get changed.
No, it wasn't like that. I promise you, it wasn't like that.
And I'm calling bullshit, but that's genuinely what the lads get told happens in the girls' changing rooms.
You're being lied to. Do you want to know what happens in the girls' changing rooms? The fat girls, the hairy girls, the girls who don't look like girls have to queue up to use the shower cubicles, otherwise we'll be bullied and yelled at, and we'll have our things stolen, and people will bully us for weeks because they saw one part of our body that doesn't look quite what they think it should look like. The popular girls will hug the mirror and plaster on 3 foot of makeup before they leave.
Yep.
And everyone in between just tries desperately not to look at each other, and everyone catches an eyeful. And God help you if you forgot your hairbrush, because for some reason that's the greatest social power on the planet.
The number one sin in the boys' locker room where I went, which would have been 1971, 72. And I mentioned the year just, so you understand the cultural appropriations of that time. Was if you were caught looking at somebody else, or if you were late in puberty. I didn't start puberty till I was 17, and I was pronounced a girl by my classmates and kicked and beaten and all that nasty stuff throughout high school.
Yeah, when I was going to high school, if you didn't have enough chest hair, that was reason for physical attacks.
When I was in high school, if you had too much hair between your eyebrows, that was a reason for physical attacks.
See, at my high school, the only people who really physically attacked each other were the jocks attacking other jocks, because they'd all get their ties and try and see who could cause the biggest bruises.
Oh, whipping with towels?
Ties.
With ties.
Well, they'd wrap it around their arms, like, I don't know what the PC term is for it, but you know what I'm talking about, where you rub the wrists and try and cause a burn.
No, they would take the larger end, wrap it around their hand once, and whip each other with them to try and cause marks.
I feel like all of those young men grew up and joined FetLife.
What we had going was rat tails. It's a way to fold a towel. You turn it into a triangle, and then you take one end of the triangle and you roll it as tight as you possibly can.
If the showers had got used, we'd have had them.
Snap it, you can split somebody's skin wide open and
I mean, if we'd had like towels that we actually used, that would have happened. But people didn't go in the showers.
What, not even after swimming lessons?
Swimming? What's swimming? What's a swimming pool? My high school didn't know.
Yeah.
I
closest we've got is a football
skip
pitch.
Showers after swimming, and because I was super Mormon at that point, and I was told to be completely ashamed of showing my body to anyone, even other women, unless they were a member of my household. And so for me, it was very, very hard to even change, much less shower.
No, and I will say, I was a model student at school. I know I probably don't come across that way. I was a model student. PE classes were by far and away. I got away with skipping PE for 12 weeks in a row. And I only got away with it that long because I was known as the model student and no one believed I was actually skipping for that long. Because I'd go in, I'd answer the register, and I'd disappear between the changing room and the gym.
Yeah, for me, the changing room, the jocks would attack as a pack on anyone that wasn't in their group. And I literally had my clothes shredded one time.
Yeah, I had things stolen, shredded.
Yeah, I had. At one point, I found one of my mate's shoes in like a mud patch on the field.
Yeah. Things thrown down the toilet, down the sink.
Yeah.
Exercise books thrown in the sink with water all over them, so they were ruined.
Teenagers just go through kind of a hyper dominance thing, and the adults don't pay any attention to it. They just write it off as that's the way kids are.
They went through it too. Why don't they realize that the next generation is no different than they were?
I don't know. It seems a lot of adults don't remember it once they're 30.
I have to admit, I'm actually, and this shows my ignorant bias. I'm shocked that stuff like that happened in the UK. I considered your culture more refined, and that kind of shit didn't go down.
The only thing that's more refined in the UK is the southern accents.
Yeah. The thing is, bloody southerners.
Bloody southerners, yeah. Bloody Londoners.
Oh,
I'll say
there's bloody southerners, and then there's bloody Londoners.
And cost of a bleeding pint in London, I swear.
I know.
Honestly, pints are so expensive in London. One guy was in the middle of a terrorist attack and didn't put his drink down.
Fair. See, here's the thing. For frame of reference, in terms of dollars, if you buy a cheap pint in the UK, it probably costs about $10, $11 in London.
Whereas up north, you'll get the same thing for $3, and you'll get it with a smile and all. And God help you if you like your pint with an edge, you know. God help you if you like a pint, if you like a head on your pint.
Oh yeah, unless you go to some of the ones
Sheffield and get your head on your pint.
A pint of what?
Lager, bitter, anything.
Beer.
Oh.
Pale ale is the most common one. I worked in pubs for a year.
Yeah, no, I used to be a relatively heavy drinker at uni, and I used to drink Stella. Getting a head put on your pint of Stella was impossible.
Really?
South of Sheffield, yeah.
Yeah, alcohol's another thing that they need to pay more attention to teenagers with. Because my heaviest drinking phase was actually when I was 14. That every Saturday night, a group of us used to get so plastered, it's surprising we made it home.
I've never actually been full on pissed.
I can fix that. Come over one weekend.
Closest I've been is
pictures or it didn't exist.
Funny story. I still don't like alcohol, and
that's fair.
The stupidest reason. So I grew up Mormon, and Mormons absolutely loathe alcohol. Alcohol is it's basically marijuana, alcohol, coffee, tea, and cocaine are basically all about the same level as bad for Mormons. Let's just put it that way. So smoking. But I decided that after I had not been Mormon for a while that I was going to try alcohol. And I did this on the day that I had told my best friend that I was leaving the Mormon church officially. Because I've actually been ex-Mormon for a long time, but I turned in my resignation. Apparently, alcohol is no fun when you're permanently exhausted.
No, it's not. It just makes you cry.
And I didn't understand that when I tried it. And I took 3 sips and was like, nope, I'm fucking done. and I was just doing a Belgian beer.
No.
Not even that much, and I'm just like, fuck this shit. Now I can try it, and I can't because physically I'm permanently exhausted. Thanks a lot.
See, I was at uni and I was on very strong painkillers. If you've heard of it, I was on something called tramadol.
Oh, tramadol, yikes!
Yeah,
I've been on that.
Used to take 2 tramadol before a night out because it'd make for a cheaper night out. And then one night a guy tried to spike my drink with tramadol and wondered why it didn't do anything to me. That was fun.
That's
He
great.
said to me, "You should be falling over drunk. Why aren't you drunk?" I said, "Because I'm on the drug you tried to put in my drink."
No.
I nearly punched a guy's lights out at one point in the pub. It's the only time I've nearly gotten into a fight because he spiked one of my mates' drinks and she had to be rushed to A&E, which is the ER for Americans listening. And I know the guy who did it, and she was 17 and he's 28.
Oof. See, I nearly bottled a guy once for trying it with me because he dropped it in my drink, waited to see. I knew he dropped it in, but it didn't affect me. And then, but I started to, because I realised he was trying to be a bit of a predator, I played on it like it was affecting me. Now, when you're drinking Stella, it's very easy to act drunk even when you're not completely drunk. And I have a very high alcohol tolerance.
Good for that. Stella's good for that.
So I basically just went to the bar, ordered 2 shots, and it looked like his spike had worked. I went back out there, and he was all over me. And in pubs where I was, it was all bottled drinks, and it was a glass bottle of Stella, and I had it in my hand, and I was wearing an engagement ring. I should point out, I was wearing an engagement ring. And I told him I'm not interested about 4 times. I'd even been to the bouncer and said, "Get him away from me." Bouncer's the security.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the bouncer was stood there laughing while this guy was all over me. And I just looked at the bouncer. I said, "Are you going to do something about this?" And he went, "Do what? He's not doing any harm." And he's like, "We'll see what harm he's doing." And luckily, the guy is so lucky. I was holding the bottle by the neck and I punched him rather than swinging with the bottle. Because if I'd ever hit him with the bottom of the bottle, it'd have smashed. And I knocked him clean out, and I just carried on with my drink. I was just like, I'm not dealing with this. And I went to the club manager, and I was like, "You better ring me a taxi, because if the police show up here, I'm having your bouncer done for standing by and watching sexual harassment." They paid for my taxi home.
Yeah, that sounds so fucking weird to me, because the bouncers in my area, you go up to them with any complaint, they're ready to throw punches. They're just like, "Really? All right, I'll go over there."
Bouncers don't give a shit here.
No, the problem was where I was, it was a student nightclub, and I was bigger built than the bouncer. So the bouncer probably looked at me and went, "She can handle herself."
It doesn't matter where
and assumed because I was drinking Stella, I was a heavy drinker, and I was quote-unquote asking for it.
And
yeah,
it
he's still not doing his job.
It also might be a Southern thing, because it's basically like, it doesn't matter whether you're more built. If you're a girl, it's the man's job to, and it's very, very sexist. But at the same token, if you're in a bar and being harassed, it's nice to be able to go up to the bouncer and be like, "Look, this piece of shit over here is doing something." He'll be like, "Give me 1 second. Let me grab this asshole and throw him out on the street."
Sexist. That's the reason bars have bouncers.
Yeah, it's not what it's like here at all.
No, see, here in the best case scenario, the bouncer will politely ask you to leave, restrain you if you try and punch him, and wait for the police to arrive.
That's the best case scenario. Worst case scenario is the person who reported gets asked to leave. The number of nightclubs I've been kicked out of for going to the bouncer for help.
I haven't been a bar goer since I was 19, so I have no idea what it's like nowadays.
I've never liked bars, so that was never a thing for me. But actually, my cousin was a bouncer.
I did learn at uni very quickly. I bought a pair of Doc Marten boots and started wearing leather jackets and going to the rock clubs, because I knew they'd take one look and I knew if nothing else, I could give someone a good kick with those boots and they were going to go down and stay down.
That's fair. I've got a pair of... I've recently bought a pair of like leather boots, and they've got little metal studs along the rim.
Mm-hmm.
And people, much as people will catcall me, they'll only catcall me from the other side of the street.
Yeah, no, I used to have a pair of black steel toe cap workman's boots that I used to wear out. You pair those with like dark blue jeans and something that looks vaguely leather on top. You get into any rock club going, and people leave you alone. Especially when you're my size, because I'm not small.
That's fair.
I just carry this.
What's that?
A box cutter.
Yeah, not legal.
Oh yeah, Stanley knife.
Yeah, Stanley knife. They're not legal in the UK.
Oh no.
No. Any blade bigger than 3 inches is illegal in the UK.
Oh,
have a good reason to.
This is a razor blade.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd get unless it was still in its packet, you get arrested carrying that in the UK.
Well, that one with the blade fully extended, the blade is less than 2 inches.
No, even just for carrying that though, unless you're a workman who can prove you're taking it to or from a job, you're looking at a 2-year suspended sentence on your first offence for being caught with it.
Wow.
I virtually always have one with me, and that's just because I'm a handyman. It's not as a weapon.
If you can prove you're a handyman, they'll let you go.
Well, I don't know how I would prove it.
I'm on my way to a job. It's the only excuse they'll take. I've got it because I'm literally on my way to a job or on my way home from a job.
Well, most of the time it's in my pocket just because I forgot that it's there.
You're getting shit for that.
You get done for that, yeah.
I was taught never to be without a knife. I have a knife in my purse. Yeah. There have been times where I've forgotten to take it out going into places, and usually it's no big deal. It's just like, oh yeah, I forgot to take it out, and they'll be like, well, we have to hold on to this. You can come back and get it on your way out.
No, see, I carry 2 like pockets with Sami knife type things, and I get away with that because the blades on both are really small, and they both have both a screwdriver and a bottle opener on them. So I get away with that.
And with those as well, you're not allowed to have a locking blade in the UK. So if the blade locks, it's immediately illegal.
Yep.
So to bring this back to the subject, it's always good to have a knife when you're coming out, because then you can like force them to accept you. No.
Alternatively, over the phone. Over the phone is your best bet.
Like
from another country, I like your plan, Sam.
I'm not a smoker, but I was also taught, like, as a Southern girl, always carry a lighter.
Because I have a lighter on me.
Yeah,
I have a lighter that weighs about, like, it's heavy. If I punch someone with this, I would break something. Probably my own knuckles, but definitely something in them too.
But yeah, but that's the thing, is it's just like, they're like, if something happens and you're on the side of the road, there are things that you have in your pocket now that, stuff to cut. The lighter's good for flares. Because even though I live in a city and it's a big city, I am really not that far from the sticks.
No,
it only takes me about 20 minutes to hit sticks.
No, I mean, one night I was walking home, must have been about 4 o'clock in the morning at uni, and I was being followed and I was walking through a park. I know, stupid, I know, I'm aware.
Which part were you walking through that you didn't get molested?
One in which, when I realised I was being followed, I picked up a twig off the ground and set it on fire and held it in my hand.
Ah, yes.
And the footsteps behind me magically disappeared. When you're not allowed to carry a knife or anything like that, you learn other ways of sort of...
Oh, yeah. And that's one of the few things that won't get you in shit is if you can justify it, like, oh, no, it's dark in the park and my phone's on less than 100%. I'm worried it'll die when I get home.
Yeah, my phone's about to die, so I did that. Or the other one was I carried a bottle opener.
Yeah.
And it's in the shape of a key. So it's not a rounded one. It's got a sharp edge. And
I've got one of them.
I went pre-drinking at my friend's house at the start of the night, so it's still in my pocket.
Yeah.
Keys between your fingers is a very famous one.
You learn ways around here to protect yourself if needs be. Yeah. Because if you're carrying anything that could be construed as a weapon and you don't have a good reason for it, you'll get in shit. Like if you carried around a baseball bat with a nail in it, you get arrested for that.
What reason have you got to have a nail in a baseball bat?
Zombies.
Yeah.
But even just like even things like I crochet. So I carry crochet hooks, and they can be quite sharp if you put them in the right place.
Oh, crochet hooks.
Yeah, we're not
nightmare.
allowed. I have crochet hooks, and some of them are tiny because I do tatting and tatting lace instead of like usual crochet. That shit is sharp.
A 2mm crochet hook will go straight through someone's skin if you put it with enough force.
I use the tiniest ones available. There are numbered ones, and then there are lettered ones, and the lettered ones are what people usually use. I use numbered ones.
Yeah, the steel ones for making doilies and things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The other one is at the end of the night while you stood outside the pub waiting for your taxi, take your last drink with you and make sure the last drink you ordered was in a glass bottle and just throw it away before you jump in the taxi.
Always order a Brothers or a Copperberg.
I thought I was pretty tough, but you people are scary.
Or a Wicked or a VHS, something in a bottle. But this is what we did, like, to the point when we were kids, we were making shivs out of rulers because that was just, it was expected. My favourite one used to be I kept a fountain pen in my top pocket and I happened to have magically lost the lid and it never had any ink in it.
Oh, I did the same with like 3 different ones, which my mum kept making me throw away
because they were scratchier, they were sharper. Whereas if you had a Parker fountain pen, it was dull, so it would have been harder to stab someone with.
Or if you had one of those weird pencil sharpeners where you could sharpen it so that it was like an inch of lead sticking out.
Yeah. This is
carry one of them in your breast pocket.
This is why I find it insane that knives are not legal in the UK, because we come up with some really dangerous alternatives.
I was about to say, y'all are like, they might as well let y'all have knives. I mean,
honestly, it's like, you know how on American films you see in, like, there's always that thing about when they're in prison, they can improvise any weapon from anything.
That's just living in the UK.
They learn that from British school kids, I'm telling you.
Well, I was just thinking about how many parallels there are between being in prison and being in a religious school.
And genuinely, pretty much every school in the UK is religious, so that's all of them.
Oh yeah, they're and
I mean, you also learn how to because teenagers, you learn shit like how to light a cigarette off another cigarette.
Yeah.
At like age 14.
And how to throw away a cigarette as the teacher's coming down. Although by the time you're about 14, if you're smoking in school, you learn how to look a teacher in the face and offer them a light when they come to the smoking area rather than doing a runner. Because most of the time they're actually coming to ask for a light rather than to tell you off for smoking.
Yeah, or you learn to carry a spare cig and offer it them for £1.
Yeah, that was a thing.
Yep.
Although it was 50p when I was in school, as inflation
quid?
That much.
£1 as in £1.
I know what a quid is. That's a pound for a cigarette.
Yeah.
Teachers will pay it as well.
I never smoked, but I made a lot of money off of selling cigarettes.
Mm.
See, now if you were black and in New York, you'd get killed for that.
Probably.
It happened at college too, that all the students would tell each other a bit of baccy from a pouch for 50p or £1 if they'd forgotten theirs.
Make a roll up, yeah.
Yep.
And then, of course, cigarettes. We were so used to swapping cigarettes and buying cigarettes that by the time we got old enough that people were selling baccy that wasn't the kind you bought in the shop, it was
funny baccy,
totally
we call
normalized. It. Funny baccy, yeah. Something smells funny in here.
Okay, I gotta get up for just a minute. I'll be right back.
No worries. Yeah, I mean, I have quite a fun place to get my funny baccy.
Everyone's got a fun place to get funny baccy. Everyone's got at least one on speed dial.
Mine's me dad.
Oh, that is fun.
You when funny baccy is pot.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we don't call it that in the UK because it's illegal in the UK.
Well, it's illegal.
Although
here
it's
too.
easier to get than cigarettes a lot of the time. And cheaper.
Oh, yeah.
Well, depending on whether or not it's illegal, it depends on which state you're in the United States. I'm unfortunately living in one where we're still debating whether or not certain people can use it for medicinal purposes.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much every single political party in the UK has said they want to potentially legalise it.
Except the one that's in power.
Except, yeah, the Conservatives are the Tories are the one party, and there's talk amongst Tory MPs as to if they'll add it or not, isn't there?
But the Tories don't want to legalise it because to them it's a soft drug. Because they're, you know, we get a scandal every other month of a Tory getting caught doing cocaine with a bunch of hookers. That's just
Tories and American conservatives want to make everything that's fun illegal.
They're just Cromwell. They're just Cromwell.
The thing is, nothing's illegal in this country if you can afford to pay the fine.
Yeah,
pretty much. Same here, because basically, like, if you're rich enough, you're not going to be held to any sort of standard, really. You don't even have to fucking pay a fine. A lot of times they'll just be like, oh, you're rich, so we're not going to charge you.
Oh, yeah, and rich people...
Affluenza.
Rich people don't even get arrested a lot of the time.
Yeah, same here.
Who was busted with a 50 caliber handgun. This is a huge
50 cal handgun. That's yikes.
50 cal.
I mean, a Magnum's
and 60. and a pound and a half of pot. He's a white guy. He was in the suburb where he grew up, and he got off 100%.
How you'd go down for 5 years here for carrying that amount.
He was a good kid and had good grades. So, okay, well then this is just a mistake you made. So we'll let you go.
Carrying a 50 cal handgun and a pound and a half.
I'm not rationalizing it.
I wish I could make mistakes like that.
I had really good grades in school. I could have gotten away with a lot of shit if I hadn't been so Mormonized. And that's not a good thing. That's not a good thing. But like if you're a jock, you can get away with murder. If you have good grades, you can get away with murder. If you look pretty enough, you can get. If you look pretty enough, you can get away with murder.
Oh yeah.
If you're rich, you can get away with murder. It's like there's different rules for different people.
A girl came at me with glass at school, and she got away with it because she was pretty. And they said it probably wasn't glass she was holding. You probably missaw it. It was right in front of my face. She was threatening to take my eye out, and then I got detention for a week for punching her.
I got in like. I was in year 11 and what actually happened was I knocked this guy over who was a year 8. But what it looked like to onlookers is I launched this guy across the room because he was a footballer. He knew how to do pretend he'd just been punched.
Yeah, he knew how to dive.
Yeah, so I explained what had actually happened and the teachers believed me over like 50 kids who'd seen it. But I still got a detention for that, despite the fact he'd repeatedly kicked me in the balls.
Yeah, and here in the US, it's if you punch back, you get in trouble.
You're the one in the wrong.
Even if the other person gets in trouble too, if you decide to defend yourself.
Oh no, the other guy doesn't get in trouble. If you throw the last punch, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
The thing is that what I'm saying is that most of the time it's the person defending themselves getting in trouble, but occasionally both of you will. It depends on when the teacher walks in and what all the teacher sees, and it also depends on who you are defending yourself from.
Yeah, if the teacher likes them, you're done for.
Okay. I had a bit of weird privilege at high school, because like I was never any sort of prefect or anything. But everyone treated me like the head boy, pretty much.
Oh, I was prefect for 5 years in a row.
I ran the nerd club, and normally you have to have a teacher in a room to be allowed in a classroom. But I had like written permission from the headmaster for me to run a club at lunchtimes.
Wow. Yeah. See, I was the school SWAT, the school goody two shoes. And I was bullied horrendously for it.
Everyone thought I was that, and people tried to pick on me until they thought that they wouldn't be allowed in the club.
Yeah.
They didn't even go in the club, but just the thought that they might not be allowed in a place if they were mean to me stopped most people being mean to me.
See, I had the opposite problem of, because the teachers seemed to like me and I had all the answers to the questions, I was bullied. But I learned very quickly to throw the first punch in a fight. Because if you throw the first punch, I learned, you don't get in trouble. It's the person who throws the last punch who gets in trouble. Yeah. So I learned the minute they came at me and started mouthing off, I started swinging. I got suspended a few times for it, but my grade never dropped.
See, I never actually got suspended, funnily enough. The worst I got was I got 2 detentions on consecutive days.
Wow. You were either really good or you just didn't get caught.
A bit of both.
Okay.
I never had a detention. I never got suspended. I never got called to the principal's office. That was the norm here.
I spent most of year 9 in the headmaster's office.
None of us ever spoke to the headmaster except me and a couple of other students who he were his go-tos for. I need to know what the students think on this. What do you think? And we'd tell him and he'd ignore us, but he'd at least ask us to pretend he'd said.
I think we've wandered pretty far off here.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, I was thinking a minute ago. This is not related to coming out
at all.
I mean, to try and pull it round though, it was, you got a lot of the students were fine with you if you came out as LGBT, except all the bullies. But it was the teachers who gave you shit for it.
See, I had the teachers and the students come at me, so it's definitely changed a bit in that sort of 10-year gap between you and I. Because when I came out, now granted it was a Catholic school, so it's going to be a bit on the extreme end. But I became immediately overnight, like I wasn't already, I became the target for the entire school, and I was in year 10. Because I'd told one person and she opened a trap. The next thing I know, I've got RE teachers holding me behind after class, asking me really intrusive questions. My parents are being accused of exposing me to perverts. I'm being told that I'm not allowed to be alone in a room with other girls. I have to wait till everyone else has used the changing room after gym. And I was just like, they isolated me quite badly. And then, but this school tried to claim that it was LGBTQ positive and that it was accepting.
They do that.
It wasn't. But the way it was done, it was done in such a way that it was a lot of concern trolling and a lot of microaggressions.
Yeah, that's still the way it is, really.
And and what would magically happen is whenever girls would start on me about my sexuality, any teacher in hearing distance would magically disappear until I threw a punch, and then suddenly the teacher was right there, saw everything, and it was my fault. So I kind of, by the time I got to year 10, I stopped caring. And I said, well, if you're going to expel me, but I'm not going to take this. And I was very lucky in that my parents didn't care why I was being bullied as such. They just decided that me being bullied was not acceptable for any reason, and backed me 100%. And I'll never forget my mum, because she said to me once, I came home and I was a wreck, trigger warning. I was, suicide ideation, the works. By the time I was in year 9, year 10, and I came home one day and I said to my mum, I can't take it anymore. And she said, well, if I find out one more time, if I go up to that school and something's happened and you haven't knocked someone out, because I know you're big enough to do it, you and me are going to be having a problem here. And it got to the point I was more scared of my mum than I was of the bullies, so I started fighting back.
That's fair.
And because my mum was bigger than them, basically.
Christian mums are scary.
Well, and just, knowing that
scary.
Your mom was going to back you up if the school went after you, I'm sure.
Yeah, that helped a lot, because my mum basically, I'll never forget, I punched someone not to clean out. And my mum, I got suspended for 3 days. And in those 3 days, I had McDonald's twice. I got new shoes, new clothes. I got anything I wanted for those 3 days.
Hey, that's cool.
Because my mum was just so proud that I finally grew a pair and fought back.
See, I didn't actually come out to my mum.
Oh no, I wasn't out to her, but she defended me when I was being bullied.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really come out to my mum until I'd been dating a guy for 3 months, and kind of I was struggling to hide it, and it was just like, hey mum, I've started dating this guy the other day, and gentle introduction to demisexuality, because I thought if I don't use the word gay, I'll be less in trouble. And she kind of just nodded and said, okay, thank you for telling me. But my stepdad, the progressive guy, gave me a hug and said, well done, because I got a boyfriend.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a great outcome. My parents didn't talk to me for a fortnight when I came out. And again, it was like you. It was,
you're Catholic,
I had a girlfriend, and it was, I couldn't hide it anymore. And my parents were not happy bunnies.
I mean,
when my stepdaughter,
go on, sorry.
Yeah, when my stepdaughter came out as a lesbian when she was 15, you know, her mother and I had always been very open about everything, so she knew she wasn't going to have a problem with us. But her girlfriend's mother totally freaked out, you know, and called me on the phone all panicking about, what are we going to do with this? And my first response was, well, we don't have to worry about either of them getting pregnant. That didn't go over too well, and her girlfriend wound up living with us because her mother kicked her out of the house.
In high school, I tried very, very hard to be a boy. I tried dating and stuff. One day, I was shopping at the grocery store with my dad, and I ran into one of my classmates, Katie, who I actually kind of had a bit of a crush on, and wanted to take her to homecoming and stuff.
What's homecoming?
It's a big celebration and dance in the fall, celebrating football, basically.
You mean American football?
American football.
Yeah,
not actual football.
Screw that. Anyways, my dad.
Silly boys rugby, Sam.
My dad told me after we were done talking and she left, he says, well, who's that? And I explained, I want to take her home. He says, well, don't you think she's kind of ugly?
Really?
Yeah.
That's one reaction.
Yeah. So it was.
Well, I suppose, the only positive I can take out of that is him saying he thought you could do better than that. But
that's quite amusing. My dad's response when I came out as dating a guy to my dad's response was basically, okay, sure, don't get caught doing anything too inappropriate by your mum. And then when I explained that I'm non-binary to my dad, he asked me questions about like transition and stuff for 3 hours straight, and then we just like, oh, okay, cool.
I mean, at least he showed an interest that he was generally accepted.
Oh yeah, like when I told my mum I'm non-binary, she hasn't acknowledged that I've told her I'm non-binary.
God, I wish I could have come out at that age.
I mean, like I said, I'm just questioning my gender now, and the thought of saying anything to my dad, I'm just no. He sees news stories about trans people now. I'm not going there. That's not happening.
I did a funny thing, and possibly I did the wrong thing, but I did the safe thing, so I don't regret it. I waited until my mum was out of the house. I'd recorded a YouTube video to send to my mum that I kept unlisted, explaining that I'm pagan, I'm a witch, I'm queer, and I'm non-binary. And I waited till they were all out for the day, and then me and my dad went and got all of my stuff from my room at mum's house. And
so
then
if she reacted badly, you could, yeah.
Yeah, and so I sent her the video that evening, and she completely ignored everything I'd said, besides a cursory whatever sort of thing. Despite the fact I explicitly said in the video, I need you to acknowledge this to me, because when I explained I had a boyfriend, that bothered me, and she still didn't acknowledge it. And her big upset was that I'd gone in the house without her knowing during coronavirus to get my stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I've honestly...
Yeah, and to be fair, sometimes people need some time to process it. But
to this day, she refuses to bring any of it up.
Yeah, if after a week or two they're not willing to talk about it, then there's still a problem there.
It's been a few months, and the closest we've come is my little sister has told me when she's come round that my mum doesn't particularly talk about it. If it comes up, she's mostly okay with it, ish, except the witchcraft stuff.
Yeah, see, again, that's another thing I never told my parents about being polytheist. I mentioned it to my dad once, and he told me it was because I'd been obsessed with Harry Potter as a teenager, so I just...
Oh, I wasn't allowed to watch Harry Potter growing up until my stepdad came into the picture and chilled my mum the fuck out.
My parents didn't have a choice in the matter. I was obsessed.
Yeah, I am in a weird zone where my asexuality and sort of my aromanticism is accepted, and it's just a part of who I am. But I cannot acknowledge that I consider myself LGBTQ+, which is really an odd spot to be in. My family does not accept that I am ex-Mormon. They had a really hard problem with that, and there's no way in hell I'm telling them I'm atheist. Just no fucking way in hell I'm telling them I'm atheist.
That was the one thing I never had an issue with coming out to my parents, is because I came out to my parents as atheist when I was about 14, because they were looking at getting me to do my confirmation, which is what Catholics do when they're 13. You basically do your baptism for yourself to say, yes, I'm a Catholic and I want to be an adult in the Catholic Church. And I basically said, I don't want to do it. And my parents were like, well, I don't. Now, you have to understand, my dad's Polish. Catholic Polish. And my mum is Caribbean. Jamaican Indian. Yeah. Or was Jamaican Indian. And so I was terrified about telling them that I didn't believe this stuff. And my parents looked at me and they said, well, if you're coming to us and you've made this decision, if we were happy to let you make the decision to carry on in the church, then we're happy enough to let you make the decision not to. And you're old enough. And my parents were really good about religion. They never bothered.
That's impressive.
Yeah, that was massively impressive. And my mum basically just said, well, at least I don't have to buy a dress, was my mum's response. Because you kind of get confirmed in these big fluffy white dresses that look like wedding dresses. And
my dad was also a Polish Catholic, and I am the only member of my family who didn't get confirmed.
The first dress I ever wore was a neighbor's confirmation dress.
See, this isn't me. This is the first partner I ever had, who is non-binary, pansexual, and polyamorous. My best friend in the fucking world, love them to pieces. But their parents are like a strict Catholic Polish couple.
Oh, I feel your friend's pain.
And they're also pagan, and they've started to get a little bit into the witchcraft stuff. And they got a tarot deck recently, and the same week, her dad completely flipped out about tarot cards and had a screaming dabs about how one of his friends once touched some tarot cards and got possessed.
See, I come from a family where my mum used to tell stories about doing Ouija board at school, so that was never a thing. But like I said, my dad's reaction to me saying I'm polytheist was a bit dismissive, but it's my faith, it's not his, and that's kind of how he's always been. So that was the worst I could have ever expected. His reaction was sort of, we put you in Catholic school because it's the best education in the area we didn't have to pay for, and you're old enough to make your own decisions, just don't join a cult.
That's fair. I mean,
the reason that's the difference here in the U.S. is that for the church schools, you have to pay for them.
Yeah.
So like my three oldest siblings actually went to the Catholic school, but by the time there were 4 kids in my family, my parents couldn't afford that anymore. So I wound up going through the public school the whole time.
Which was probably
reason I kind
better
of,
for you.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. I mean, the reason I kind of brought up my best friend is because they have done a lot of kind of discovery alongside me learning stuff, but like they're at a point where, but purely because of their identity, their parents are being so bad with them that they're spending every waking minute they can actively trying to be in college or being with me or with a couple of our other mates. And like genuinely, if they could move in with me, I'd let them, and they'd absolutely love to in a heartbeat. But like, it genuinely gets that bad for some people. Now, I'm lucky with my dad, and I know with my mum I'd get some shit, but I'd kind of it'll be eventually accepted by my mum. Other family members is a whole nother thing I'd want to talk about at some point if we have the time, but I have it fairly easy, relatively.
Yeah, I have it fairly easy as well. It's just I know that atheist will, if I tell my dad that I'm atheist, it will turn back around and he will try to push for me to go back into Mormonism is the biggest thing that I'm actually worried about. And I don't need that. I'd rather take the passive aggressive, the passive aggressive moments where I can tell that they're like, oh, we're gonna lose you in the afterlife, and don't treat me exactly like family. I'll just deal with that shit because that's better for me right now. But it's weird how I can tell them about my sexual and romantic orientation, but any religious beliefs or lack of, that's just not doable at all.
Yeah, as I say, I think because I think my parents realized by the time I hit my teenagers that everything they were, at some point I was gonna come out as something not the same as them. And I think they kind of assumed it was because I was rebellious, but but I wasn't even rebellious. It was just I like, even to the point where they would say, "Oh, I got accused of being too mixed up because I was raised in mixed cultures, and so I didn't know myself, and I was, just latching onto anything. I got accused of, just trying to be like my friends. I'm sure anyone who's LGBT at some point has been accused by their parents of only doing it because your friends are doing it and it's cool. Especially a boomer parent like me. And that was, my parents for a long time didn't respect my identity in any way, shape or form. And it was a lot of, it got to the point where they just said, oh, it's a phase, it's a phase, it's a phase, to the point where when I first met my husband and I went to my mum and I said, I've met a bloke, her immediate first response was, oh, so you're straight now. I was just like, no. And I was like,
it's not how that shit works.
Explain this to me in a way I understand. And I just looked at her and I was so sick of it by that point. I looked at her just flippantly and I said, look, I'm with this bloke. That doesn't mean I don't enjoy watching the women's tennis.
Yeah.
That's fair.
And it was the only way I could get it through to. I looked at her, I said, look, you're with my dad. Does that mean you don't notice a nice looking bloke on the TV? And she was like, no. I was like, well, I'm with my fella. That doesn't mean I don't notice nice looking fellas and nice looking women. That's all that means. Just take it for what it is.
Yeah.
And I had to be very simplistic explanations about that because my mum came from a very conservative,
Yeah. And it's harder to explain that stuff.
Yeah.
In my case, it's just like, pretty much, I get annoyed with you have to be X or Y. You cannot be somewhere in between or both. And I'm just like, look, all of my feelings are fuzzy and nebulous. They're strong, but I usually don't know what the fuck they are. I cannot put them into I cannot fucking put them into neat little one or the other boxes like y'all want. I refuse to, and you're just gonna have to deal with it.
I have that strongly because autism.
Or did anyone else? One of the most hurtful things any adult has ever said to me, I'm not going to say who said it, when I came out as bi, said it's because you're a spoiled little brat and you've never had to make a decision in your life.
Oh, I can
either that or because you're greedy.
I never ran into that.
You don't know how to make a decision. With the implication I was greedy and I wanted everything.
What I did come up against a lot, especially from gay men, was that I was really gay and I just didn't have the guts to admit it.
I've got two
I've
great little stories for you.
I also got, if you'd have been a lesbian, we could have accepted that because at least you'd have picked a side.
Okay, give Jenny a chance to tell a story here.
When I came out in the big orchestrated discussion with my parents, they were getting anxious, during my preamble and stuff. And finally, my mom says, "Are you gay?" And I said, "No, I'm not." I said, "No," and I continued on. And then I finally said, "I'm, well, in those days, transsexual." And my mom just went, "Oh my God, why couldn't you have just been gay?"
Yeah, it's that exact answer. Yeah,
pretty much that.
Yeah, when I was born, you just wanted me to be healthy.
Yeah, I've actually gotten people be like, "Oh, you're just gay. You just don't want to admit it because of the stigma." And I'm just like, and that's not the wording they use, but like, it's just like, you're just gay. You're just ashamed of it. And I'm like, no, those feelings don't fucking exist for me at all most of the time.
Well, just, I haven't actually told my family I'm atheist just because the way they reacted to everything else, it seems pointless to bother. But I kind of would like to go, my oldest brother is somewhere between a fanatic and a zealot. And I would kind of like to go to him and say, well, the good news is I'm not pagan anymore. The bad news is I'm an atheist.
Which one do you think was worse?
Again, it's the denial thing. It's like after 25 years, it came up in a conversation, and he just put his head down, shaking his head, devastated, like this was all new information.
Oh, gee.
So it's like, yeah.
I mean, I'm in a bit of a funny position for this because to my dad and my dad's friends and my mum, I am out. And to all of my friends, like, I don't actually think I have any friends that don't know at least some of my oddities. But most of my family don't know. And so, kind of because of this, it's going to make phone calls at Christmas very interesting because almost every single one of them is liable to ask me what churches I'm listening to online.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to have to explain that I'm not. And then they'll throw a hissy fit, and then someone will say it, and then someone will ask me if I'm dating anybody, and I'll say, no, there was this guy a little while ago, but no, and then they'll freak out that it was a guy, and then one of them will call me a man, and I might gently mention to them, if it's one of the more progressive members of the family, that I'm non-binary, and then that'll be all over Facebook, and it'll all just gradually come out over, I reckon, Christmas to Easter.
Yeah.
That's usually the timeline for it, isn't it? It's always the religious holidays.
When I get asked what church I go to by family, I just use the line that I used when I was still considered myself Mormon, but I wasn't really going. I was like, it really only takes 2 people to go to church. There's a Bible verse for that, and I have 2 Christians in my house other than me.
Yeah, but that kind of teaching is also why the Gospel of Thomas was left out of the New Testament.
I understand that, but it's very hard for them to argue with that.
Yeah.
If you can provide them any scriptural basis at all, they'll tend not to argue unless they have more opposing scriptural stuff.
Well, the
Yeah,
other
and
useful
that
thing
one
with
they
dealing with
tend
Christians
to not to.
is
They tend not to, though.
you can make shit up, and if you put a couple of numbers after it, they'll assume it's in the Bible because most of them have never read it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I know very few people who've read the whole Bible. Most of them are.
I read it when I was a young teenager. I did a 180 really quickly. I went from I want to be a nun because in my mind that was the only way to get out of getting married and having sex to I'm an atheist in the space of about 3 months.
Why am I an atheist? Because I read the Bible.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty much. I read the Bible and I was just like, nah.
See, I didn't even read the Bible to become a pagan. That was fun.
Can I ask what brand, sort of quote unquote brand of paganism you subscribe to, Sam? If you don't mind me asking.
I am a bit of a mess. So my home base is currently Hellenism, but I'm still new enough to it that might swap to Celtic polytheism or heathenry at any given point.
Yeah, I had identified as a solitary eclectic pagan because I didn't follow any established tradition.
How is believing in that any different than being a Christian?
Because there are Bible verses that say that Jesus is the only way.
Plus,
so
I don't actually
there's a lot of stuff, including that we don't tend. Well, let's start with the big obvious one that throws most people. I don't think any of the gods are omnipotent, omniscient, omnibenevolent, etc., etc.
I mean, of course not. Have you seen the stories about Zeus?
Yeah,
sorry, I'm Hellenic as well, so yeah.
So yeah, the stories about Zeus are interesting, but also we're not mythic literalists. We don't take the stories literally.
Yeah, I've always felt that the state of the world makes a lot more sense through a polytheistic view than a monotheistic view. Because with everything so messed up, if it's monotheism, you have to assume God is incompetent. If you believe there's like a dozen gods all jockeying for position about who's in charge, then it makes a lot more sense.
Or just straight up evil.
It just makes sense to me that none of my my Hellenic gods expect me to eat them on a Sunday and believe it's their flesh. That's what makes sense to me.
Or maybe just realizing that none of them exist. And it's all just a big bunch of bullshit.
Well, you say that, but I actually... so this is a thing, and I will present to you my main basis of argument for some sort of deity belief being personal experience, but before going into the whole personal experience doesn't justify it's an epistemological thing.
Okay.
Because I've had some experiences with some deities which I cannot find another explanation for, and as such, I am left with my epistemology that as such, I must take that experience on face value. Now, what I infer from that can be various different things, but I must at least take it at face value. And if you can prove to me tomorrow the gods don't exist, fine, you've made me an atheo-pagan. I will still practice paganism because it's healthy.
You can't prove a negative.
You can prove a negative if you can prove it's logically incoherent.
There's no basis or event that has ever occurred that is truly supernatural and miraculous.
I don't believe in the supernatural. I believe the gods are a natural thing.
Phenomena. They're a natural phenomena like a storm or the wind or anything else. And I tend to
supernatural is illogical.
I will say I tend to avoid these discussions because the one thing my faith gives me as a Hellenic, as someone of Hellenist bent, is I don't have to justify my faith to anyone. I'm not trying to proselytize.
Proselytizing is bad. I will actively discourage anyone here not interested from even looking at paganism in terms of wanting to get into it. It requires research. Also, Hissy, just to check, are you a Platonist?
Kind of. I'm more Roman than Greek.
I have quarrels with Platonism, but yeah.
Yeah, not so much. I stick to more the later Roman beliefs than anything else. More the Numa tradition. Well, not the later Roman beliefs, but the Roman beliefs of more the Numa tradition.
Yeah.
Fair. It's things
Speaking
like
of, if you do want any sources or anything, give me a shout. I've got loads.
Yeah, I don't have any problem, excuse me, with anyone's religion, as long as they're not trying to push it on other people.
Oh yeah, no,
the problem I have, especially the problem in the U.S., is that they're trying to use religion as a justification for passing laws and public policy.
Well, and they also use religion as an I just wanted to bring out this one point. They also use religion, specifically Christianity, not the others, but they specifically use religion to excuse people's actions as well.
Yeah, no, that's not on.
Yeah, it's not on.
Yeah, because nothing will ever happen legally to the Mormon Church, because despite the fact that most Christians hate Mormonism, they do accept that it is part of Christianity, and so therefore all of the abuses that they do are okay because it's religion. Specifically, Christianity.
Well, I think a lot of Christian groups like to have things like Mormonism and Jehovah's Witnesses around just for whataboutism, that they can point to them and say that their group's worse than ours anytime they get charged with something.
When I talk about looking the other way and I say religion, and it's something that I should be more clear about. I don't mean pagan religions, because pagans, we give them a different set of rules here in the U.S., which is bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
But and the different set of rules is, no, they're bad, we should punish them.
Yeah, pretty much.
But pretty much when you're talking about as a whole, whether or not you are letting people get away with stuff, or you are getting away with stuff either, within or externally, typically in America, you're talking about specifically Christianity.
Yeah, well, as a pagan, what I had to keep explaining, because most Christians go with the view that if it's not based on the Bible, it's Satanism.
Oh, it's devil worship. That's the big one.
And I was constantly having to explain to them that Satan is a character of your mythology. If I don't believe in the Bible, he doesn't exist either.
Fair. See, I actually, as a pagan, I believe in Yahweh and Satan, but not as described in the Bible. That's a fun one. And Jenny, with your whole thing of you could just believe none of them exist, I understand that, and I can see where you're coming from. I'm not saying this in the same way a Christian would say this, but I actually had an atheist phase, which is the same way as I'd say I had a Christian phase. I had a bit of my life where I was that thing.
Well, and I am atheist, but I understand what you mean about personal experience. Yeah. I'm still open on the subject of ghosts, because I've had a few personal experiences that I lack any good explanation for. But since I cannot make the events repeat, there's no way for me to study them, so I can't say definitively either way.
Fair. All of my positions are provisional. You can explain why something's wrong or why there's a better position. Sure, be my guest. I'll go with that.
I have seen a pattern that kind of disturbs me, and this is coming not from somebody who is Mormon. This is coming from somebody who is ace and gets dismissed about her personal experiences a lot. For some things, you need a scientific explanation. I will not fucking argue with you on that. In medicine and in tech and all of those things, you need to use scientific methodology. But you cannot completely dismiss somebody's personal experience in a lot of cases.
Well,
go ahead, Purple.
Yeah, well, like I say, that I'm not concerned about what other people believe. Oh, and Jenny dropping out doesn't mean anything. She's not running away or anything.
She has a lot of
Yeah.
tech issues.
Yeah, she has a lot of issues.
That's
so
fair.
she'll probably
I
be back in a
presumed
few
it.
minutes.
I presumed as much, and I didn't mean to go on this side tangent too much. I just wanted to clarify for people.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I had said part of this was about coming out about religion, so this is really not off topic.
Oh, I didn't realize that. So, yeah. Coming out about religion's fun because there's 3 questions that everyone will ask at least one of them unless they're pagan themselves.
Yep.
They might ask if it's devil worship.
They'll ask about human sacrifice.
They'll ask about human sacrifice, but sometimes it's animal sacrifice, depending on who they are. And
the
they
best
will
response if they ask about human sacrifice is ask them if they're volunteering, because we only do volunteers.
Yeah, and then the third big question that I'm going to get one of the 3 is someone will ask me why not stick with Christianity.
Because they don't see there's something about the way Christians view things, and I was fucking guilty of this as well, of like assuming that everybody, when it comes to spirituality and religion, thinks the same way you do as a Christian.
Yeah.
And that's
Atheists
just not how it is.
Atheists assume everyone thinks how they thought as a Christian a lot of the time. Not everyone, obviously. A lot of people don't.
Yeah, the thing that put me off of Christianity was when I was 14, my brother gave me a Bible for Christmas. So I decided I was going to read it cover to cover. And I just got to the point that there were so many inconsistencies that I could not even manage the suspension of disbelief to see it as even being decent fiction.
Yeah, the mental acrobatics are just awful.
Yeah,
to try and even read it like that.
What pushed me from being just ex-Mormon, because I was ex-Mormon first, was just putting together my abusive relationships along with what I was taught about how God works, and just realizing I was like, wait a second, if it wasn't okay for my boyfriends to do this shit to me, then why in the hell is it okay for God? If God exists, which I fully admit there's a possibility that this God exists. I don't know for sure. I can't know for sure. I'm not going to claim to know shit I don't know. That was shit I did as a Mormon, and I don't do that anymore.
Well, I allow for the possibility that some gods may exist, but the description in the Bible has so many logical inconsistencies and outright,
I'm comfortable to
just
say the God of the Bible
contradictions
doesn't exist.
Yeah, I am comfortable saying that the God of the Bible cannot exist because he is logically contradictory.
I thought in order for me to say that, Purple, I would have to actually read the Bible, and we've both had that discussion. I ain't doing that shit.
For me, the best guess I've got for how the Bible came to be is that a lot of different people interacted with different gods and mistook them all for the same thing.
Oh, I actually know how this happened.
That makes sense, because they all tell such vastly different stories. There's no way they're talking about the same thing.
So, I have 2 big explanations, well, 3 big things for this, really. The third one kind of being trickster god, as a thing to throw out there.
Yes.
But I did a little bit of study as to how the Bible and the Pentateuch, or Pentateuch, I think Neil told me it's supposed to be pronounced, onto how they were actually compiled. And a lot of them are mirrors of things like Mesopotamian myths, and some of them are an aggregate of a few different cultures that came together to say that they were the Israelites. And so those are things there. But the third thing is that if they did take their myths literally at that time, they would be one of very few, if any, cultures that did think that. And it was later people who turned it into that for a lot of reasons. So I'll grant the possibility they genuinely believed in Adam and Eve, but I think it was a load of stories. and it was designed to be stories at the time.
Yeah, I think because I even had a Catholic teacher who said, "Oh, it's a story, it's a representation of a whole as an idea," who couldn't justify to me at 15 years old couldn't justify Adam and Eve as a literal story.
Yeah, and even when I was a Christian, you know, I had come to the conclusion that, okay, Jesus is out there preaching and trying to teach these things to a mass of illiterate people with no formal education. So the only way you're going to do that is explain it like you're talking to a group of 5-year-olds.
Yeah.
You know, so you can't try to give them everything literally. You're going to tell it as parables and metaphors.
I went through a heretical Christian phase. That was fun.
I went through a phase where I said Jesus wasn't a god. Jesus was just a really clever fella who had a point. You know, the Jesus's teacher phase. Which, I mean, if we're accepting the existence of a Jesus figure in history, and
I
provisionally accept a leap as a historian, I will grant that. But if we're accepting that a Jesus figure existed at some point in history, that doesn't necessarily preclude that this person was in any way related to any deity. They may have just been an excellent orator, especially in the era of the Roman history they were around in.
Around the time there were a lot of messianic cults around in that time in Judea. And so I find it likely that one of them was called Yeshua.
It's highly likely. And like it or not, Life of Brian, with all these different messianic cults talking about them in the marketplace, is probably a fairly accurate representation, allowing for the element of satire of what it was like at the time.
Yeah. Well, and again, even when I was Christian, I'd come to, you know, that Jesus was most likely a composite character, you know, much in the way of King Arthur or Robin Hood, that there were a lot of similar tales that were actually different people, but just as storytellers were telling them, you know, it made a better story to weave them all together and say it was all done by one person.
Yeah. I mean, the Robert Johnson legend is based off 3 different musicians, and that's only 100 years old. It's entirely possible over 1,000 years.
Yeah.
Well, and we've done that with modern movies.
We have a local.
Yeah, the movie U-571 was actually a composite of 3 different incidents of them capturing submarines.
At risk of sharing my location more than I already have, which I won't, but anyways, there's a place near me. I think it's called Robin Hood's Bed or something. And there's a story that while Robin Hood was on the run from King John, he found this little like circle of rocks, and him and his men hid there to hide from John. And during the night, a witch came and found him and Marion and tried to curse him.
Okay.
Okay, but okay, yeah. I mean, in a lot of the stories,
Blackstone Edge, by the way.
Yeah. In a lot of the Robin Hood stories I've taught, he's very devoted to the Virgin Mary as well.
Yes.
So I was half expecting you to say something related to that, to be honest.
My area is very Protestant.
Fair enough. That makes sense, yeah. But this is what I mean. If in the space of 100 years, in the case of Robert Johnson, say 600-700 years in the case of Robin Hood, 1,000 years in King Arthur, we're looking at coming up on 2,000 years for this Jesus figure.
Well, and especially, you know, with Jesus at that time, the priests were basically the only ones who could write. So everyone else was passing this down through generations by word of mouth. So you've got 100 generations of it being passed down before it was ever written.
Yeah, I mean, the writings in the Gospels are all scholarly writings. And the earliest manuscript we have for any of them is early 2nd century. So Cat's Chanting Hell, that was written by the actual people who it's purported to be written by.
Yeah, then you've got there's a lot of documentation that came about that claims to be older than it is. There's lots of bits of sort of things like Tacitus and other stuff that there is no way.
Tacitus was plagiarized a lot.
Yeah, and there's no way he actually saw the Great Fire of Rome because he would have been a child.
Yep. The other thing about Tacitus is that monks rewrote all of Tacitus later.
Yeah, which doesn't help because it all comes through a Christian lens.
It's the same thing with all of the mythologies. They were all rewritten by Christians.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm starting to realize what I thought I knew about mythology because I loved Greek and Roman mythology growing up. Was sanitized and switched around to make certain things sound worse than they were. And like a lot of my favorite so-called asexual favorites probably were actually like super gay.
Yeah,
but
they all had best friends they slept in beds with.
Oh, don't get me started. I spent the last 3 days arguing with aunties in the Hannibal fandom about Achilles and Patroclus.
Achilles was gay as fuck.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I know that now. I know that now, but like I'm having to go back with more of a okay, I'm not Mormon anymore, not Christian anymore. I'm hella ace. Need to go back and read this shit from the newer perspective, and also probably ask the people who are actually fucking studying this shit.
Yeah,
to get a better idea.
Filter does make it difficult because
I can give you a fuck ton of resources. My friend Aliakai can probably also.
Yeah, I'm subscribed to Aliakai's channel.
Yep.
Because I'm realizing how much I don't know and how much I've missed.
Yeah, you should hop in Ali's Discord at some point. They're chill.
Yeah. Aliakai's YouTube channel is really good. I discovered that recently. Also, if you're just looking for a historical context for it, Invicta, the YouTube channel, is quite good for your Roman history. I will always shill for the overly sarcastic productions, even though I don't know them at all. Because
I love OSP.
His work on ancient Rome is just fantastic.
OSP Productions is one of my favorites because my best friend was like, hey, did you know that there's a big YouTuber that talks about tropes and she's asexual?
Yeah.
Red, yeah.
Yeah, I started following that mostly for the writing tropes, but the history pieces have been good too. I fall back on the Norse mythology just because that's my mother's heritage is Finnish.
If you want to know
again,
anything...
it's really hard to find anything about it before the Christian influence.
I don't think there is anything about it before the Christian influence.
If you want to know anything about that sort of stuff, look at Jackson Crawford. He's fucking fantastic for that.
Okay, I don't know him.
Ocean, I think, does a lot of stuff.
Ocean Keltoy is... Yeah.
I've known Ocean since he first came online,
Yeah. Bayerfeld does some stuff. He started a podcast recently on YouTube talking about various different aspects of his belief. If you want angry rants, go look at Bjorn, who does... He does truck rants normally. Honestly, if you just look at any Thursday where Wolf the Red has posted on Twitter, look there. And you'll find some incredible pagan creators who will give you a lot of information.
Yeah, Wolf the Red does a lot. Is really
I sit
constructionism.
And these guys that I'm mentioning now, I watch them all as creators, but I also sit around playing Among Us with these fuckers.
Excuse me. Well, hold on. I'm going to take off. You guys have got me completely religion burned out.
Okay, sorry,
sorry, hon. I didn't mean to. Sorry.
Well, you can talk about all you want. Just I'm not going to be here for it.
Okay, sorry.
Didn't
push your way.
I didn't mean to kind of burn you out there. You look after yourself, yeah?
I always do.
Good. Right, see you later, Jenny.
Yep, it was a good show, folks.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Yep, thanks for being here. I mean, you were with us for over 3 hours here.
Yeah, it's time.
Yep.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
But yeah, I read a lot of Greco-Roman mythology growing up. I loved it. I loved it so much. I took Latin in high school, if that tells you anything.
Yeah.
And so like, but I'm looking back at all of what I think I know and being like, holy shit. Because we did talk a little bit about how Christianity tried to change certain things to make it fit, especially with Virgil and the Aeneid and some of the stuff that he did.
Oh, yes.
The Aeneid's a rip-off of the Odyssey anyway.
Oh yeah, it is. Oh yeah, we were taught exactly what the Aeneid was. It was like, look, the guy in charge wanted to make him sound like he was some great hero, so he hired Virgil to write this stuff. And Virgil, it's basically like from one of my favorite movies. There's a quote, and it says, "We use our modern system, which we took from the Greeks, who, as you know, were very poor scholars."
Okay, I'm dropping a link in the YouTube chat for what is my all-time favorite video on YouTube, the Saga of Biorn, which is it's an animated clip about this Viking seeking a noble death so he can get into Valhalla.
That's Christianized as fuck, because you don't actually want to go to Valhalla.
Yeah, no, you don't.
Well, there's more to Valhalla than most people realize, but yeah.
It's like so many people think Elysium in the Greco-Roman tradition is only for warriors. No, not once you get past the very, very early years.
Elysium is for famous people, typically.
I mean, typically it was, but as it got actually later on, by the time of the Roman Empire, it was pretty much for anyone who'd lived an honourable life.
Yeah, but even at that point, that was starting to be influenced by the other cultures they were invading, because that kind of came in, I think, was it around the same time as Miasma?
Okay.
Or am I messing my timeline up?
I think it's a little bit later than Miasma, because Miasma was around in sort of 400 BC.
Yeah, so it was a bit after Miasma, so that stuff came up.
Again, this is a good discussion, but for today, I'd rather stick more to personal experiences than the histories.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think the reason I keep talking histories is because I found Hellenism through my study of history. I literally picked a master's course on the toss of a coin, and it turned out to be classics, and found it through that, which is why I keep sort of talking about the history, because the two things are kind of one and the same to me. I'm Reconstructionist. The history matters to me, which is why I keep sort of going back to it. So sorry about that. But for me, it's also as well the personal experiences that I've had. I don't have any other way to explain that.
Yeah.
You know, I don't claim to know everything. I am not great at science. I am not the best at maths. So I may be missing something completely obvious to someone who's got a degree in physics.
No, and then, I don't have a problem with people basing things on their personal experiences. If you don't have evidence of it, I might not accept it as anything more than, okay, you're telling me personal anecdotes, but, if that's what you believe because of things that have happened to you, there's nothing wrong with that, as long as you're not, like demanding other people believe it.
Yes, don't proselytize robots.
I would never say to someone, because I believe this, you have to believe it, largely because my beliefs are a combination of historical sources, personal experience, random things I've found in books, and it's all... I'm a great believer in, especially with polytheism, show me, if you get a room full of 10 polytheists, you've got a room in which there are 10 people following 10 different religions.
Yeah, I had always said that if you ask 10 pagans to define what pagan means, you'll get 12 different definitions.
Oh, yeah, you will. I can give you probably 10 off the top of my head. It's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, and see, the thing is that I get a little bit frustrated because, yes, there are some things where you definitely need more than personal experience to justify things, but there are other things where a personal justification is enough. And I get frustrated when people are like, no, that's not enough for anything. And I'm just like, okay, but my personal experiences that that I talk about a lot, you take that at my word because you have no other evidence otherwise of what I've said.
Well, and for a lot of things, that's very important. Like, you don't challenge an artist or a musician about their personal experience. That's where their work comes from.
Yeah.
I mean, I have a bit of a lot of my faith has come from, and I say faith as in religion, not faith as in actual faith. Faith's a bad way to come to truth. But a lot of my paganism and my religion has come from slowly kind of, I found out pagans existed and found out they have their own personal experiences, like I had personal experiences with Yahweh. And so I had to try and fit that into a paradigm somehow. And so I was like, well, maybe demons, but then maybe it was angels, I don't know. And then I went perennialism for a bit. Maybe they're all different facets of one truth. And Christianity is closest to the truth, clearly, because I was Christian. And then I went and had, while I was still Christian and still disliking the concept of these other gods, I went and I had a personal experience with something that you just didn't feel like the personal experiences I'd had with Yahweh. And it felt very distinctly like the Morrigan. And I didn't know how I knew that. And I'd never heard of the Morrigan before. But lo and behold, the Morrigan exists in mythology. And so I started kind of practicing as I went, and I've been refining as I go. And I still call myself a baby pagan, really, despite the fact I've got a YouTube channel talking about it, and part of that's paganism.
Well, and
I've got the basics.
That's actually how I got into paganism. Was when I was 22, I just was telling people that I didn't have a religion. And a roommate I had just kind of observing me that I would do meditations with candles and things like this. And, and he just kind of showed me in some books that, like, see the stuff you're already doing, that's a lot like these rituals here.
Fair. See,
I think, especially coming from the Catholic background, I take a lot of comfort from the ritual side of it.
That's fair.
As well.
Catholics are pagan lights.
Yeah, they're very, yes.
Yes, with all these saints as the lesser deities.
Pretty much, yeah. And I do find I always took comfort in having that ritual and
rituals are psychologically healthy for you.
Yeah, exactly. Especially because I have dyspraxia, and my dyspraxia, especially in social situations and things like that, I've had people say to me, "Are you sure you're not on the spectrum?" Because it kind of follows a little bit. And so having that little bit of structure does help. So I do take comfort in the rituals, and I do find peace there. And I'm not harming anyone. The most harm I'm going to do is light a bit of incense and someone doesn't like the smell. But honestly, where I live, if my incense is the worst thing you're smelling, you haven't lived here very long. Because seriously,
That's
things I live on a council estate.
If you can smell anything but weed, I'm impressed.
Exactly. So it's very much, I keep myself to myself. I do it, and it's for my peace of mind as anything else. I would never say to someone, "This is what I do. This is what you have to do." I would say, if you're interested, here is X, Y, and Z. Have a look at these books. Read this. See what you think. Because I am perfectly happy to point someone and say, "This is the path I took and where I went, and have a look at it if you like." But I'm not telling you to walk that path.
I'll give you resources in a heartbeat, but I might discourage you from actually becoming a pagan in the first place if you're not willing to put the work in.
My big thing is, don't commit yourself until you're ready to fully commit yourself, because you'll do yourself more harm than good.
Yeah, I would probably never become pagan for that reason, beyond the not believing in God's existing. But it's just like, I left a church I had so much church and so much ritual, and it wasn't for me, that I frankly don't want to add any more ever.
And that's
Ever
fine.
again.
That's probably good for you then to know to avoid it. That's fine.
Yeah. Because people don't realize this. Let's see, in high school for us, church typically consisted of, you went to an hour of scripture study before school every day. Then you had your hour and a half youth activities, which were sometimes they weren't related to like churchy stuff, but a lot of times they were. Then you had 3 hours of church on Sunday. Then you had a fireside every other weekend, and sometimes that involved travel. The longest I ever traveled for one was, I think, 2 hours going and then 2 hours back. And then you had like all day temple trips, which happened every couple of months. And just like, that was just so much for me.
Yeah, you've probably been overwhelmed a bit for like forever.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, I've been burned out. Like, the only time I ever attend any churches or at all is when I'm visiting other family members and I'm just trying to put on the performance, essentially. But it was so much.
I used to do that until I got to the point, especially when I went to see the in-laws. I've gotten to the point now where if anyone invites me to a church, I just tell them I can't go. And when they ask why, I say, because if I walk in there, he's going to climb off his cross and walk out. That tends to make them leave me alone.
In the last 30 years, the only time I've been in churches have been weddings and funerals.
Yeah, the last time I was in a church was my mum's funeral. So yeah, it's...
I'll go to a church. In fact, I'm planning to do a thing soon where I'm going to go to a load of churches nearby and like a synagogue and a mosque and stuff. And I just want to make notes on kind of what all the different styles of stuff are. And I'm going to get like the pastor's permissions and stuff before I do.
I do think, no, I tell a lie. Last church I visited, I went on a tourist. I did the tourist thing in Rome and went and did a tour of the Vatican.
Fair.
Technically, the Vatican's a church, so technically.
Yeah,
the Vatican's, yeah. Go on, sorry, Purple.
When I was a teenager, I did a lot of that, of, going to services in different churches and everything. And the main thing that I came away with from that was that I couldn't figure out what they were all arguing about when there were so little differences between them.
I'm expecting to feel the same way, but I'm also probably going to go to like the local Mormon church.
Don't.
Yeah, I never dealt with Mormons, Jehovah's Witnesses.
I am telling you as an ex-Mormon, don't, especially if you're living in a small area. They will figure out where you live.
Oh no, I know where the Mormon church is 12 towns over.
You know where they are, they know where you are as well.
Yeah, once you get on their list, they will keep harassing you, is what
they'll
Korea's
figure
getting
out
at.
where you live, because when you're talking about Mormonism, you're not talking about a bunch of disconnected local churches. You're talking about a local area that all answer to Salt Lake City. And I don't know how much effort they put in to locating what they call investigators, because I've never been one, ever. But let's put it this way. The Mormon church often knows when its membership moves to a new place before anyone else.
Yeah.
Okay, so note to self, only speak to the Mormon street preachers.
Yeah, if you've already been speaking to the missionaries that are in your area, that's fine. Also, you won't get the full experience, but everything that you want to know about Mormonism, they literally put out on their website. Once you figure out how to navigate their website to look for what you're looking for, you can pretty much get all of their beliefs off of that.
Fair. See, the local Jehovah's Witnesses, I imagine, are probably similar, but I feel confident in going to them because I know 2 simple sentences, either of which would get them to leave me alone forever.
Well, if you want to verify that, I would suggest asking Nacha Witness.
Yeah,
yeah, he's a former JW, and he's done a lot of material on that.
I pulled both of them from Telltale, actually.
Okay. Telltale's usually reliable.
Yeah.
So my go-to is going to be, oh, sorry, I was kind of being nosy because I wonder what it was actually like in here, but yeah, I'm an apostate.
Yep.
Yeah. Because see, here's the thing: you can tell Mormons that you were a part of the church and excommunicated, but they can smell it on you, and they won't accept it if they can't smell it on you. Also, they're major gossips. They probably know what the fuck is going on 12 towns over. Well, because 12 towns over might still be in the same stake. And let me tell you, I remember all of the gossip from everybody in Jacksonville where I live. Because even though they weren't my local congregation, we would have a lot of stake activities, and we were encouraged to always be together on that level. So you might go 12 towns over, but that still might be part of the same stake. And they know what the hell's going on in that church.
Fair. So yeah, I'm still debating, like, just kind of, because I actually know a few, like, I know a few Mormon kids and a couple of Jehovah's Witness kids, and it's half tempting just to consider speaking to their parents, but I know I shouldn't.
Yeah, it's like I said, if you want to know their actual beliefs, those are easily found. There are some things that you are not going to have access to because you're simply just not one of them.
Yeah.
Such as their temple rituals. You have to find that shit online. You're not going to know. You're not going to be invited. I was in the Mormon church for 19 years and didn't know what the rituals actually were in the temple beyond baptisms and confirmations.
Yeah.
Until I was 31.
Yeah. And none of them are going to have much luck because every place I'm considering visiting, I already have a good idea what they believe. I'm curious as to what their services look like.
Yeah.
I can understand wanting to know what the services look like, but unless you want to risk being tracked, I would stay away from the Mormon services because they're pretty good at tracking people down. They actually pay people. I found a site, and I'm not going to fucking share it. I found a site that's basically how to stalk people and find them 101. And there are people in the Mormon church, who are literally paid to do that all day long.
I mean, my field is cybersecurity, so
I don't mind sharing that link with you if you're curious, but it's not something that I share out because pretty much it does teach you how to stalk somebody, and I'm not going to hand that information over to everybody.
Yeah, better you're not posting that publicly.
I'd be curious to see what it says and compare it to what kind of I've found about it. That could be interesting. Swap notes, basically.
Because when I was growing up, we used to do this thing, and I don't know if they do it anymore. I haven't really been active since 19. I considered myself ex-Mormon at 27, and I officially flipped them the bird on and said 3 years ago, almost to this date. In fact, the 15th is my anniversary. And basically flipped them off, said, hi, I got a lawyer service to tell you I'm not a fucking member anymore.
Fair. I mean, I have a fun thing that there is in the place I live. There is one pastor who I think might already know I'm pagan, but he's one of my dad's schoolmates.
Yeah.
And thing is, though, he's actually chill with me.
Mm.
And like he said to me, I can come and sit in on a service anytime.
You said, what is that, a Mormon pastor?
No. Oh, no. This guy's
Okay.
Church of England.
Okay. I was about to say, of course they want you there. They want to convert you.
I mean, to be fair, that's how I got dragged into a little bit of the... which ones are the Christians who do the whole speaking in tongues thing? I got dragged Pentecostals. I got dragged into that out of curiosity, and they tried to sort of they got their hooks in deep. And looking back on it, I can see exactly how they got me when I was vulnerable and curious. And
I've been to Orthodox churches, and I've spent most of my life as a Pentecostal. Having come out of it, I know where they get you, and I'm fairly confident I'm prepared for that after having
that's actually
I got love bombed hard.
Yeah, that's actually not my concern with Sam. My concern with Sam is once they decide that you show enough interest, it is really hard to get them to fuck off. And the missionaries, the young children, and I'm sorry, I know that there's probably some 19-year-old listening to this screaming at me right now, but but the young children who barely know anything about their religion get sent off and try to convert you, and some of them can be relentless and some of them not so much. But the way it's set up is that only the missionaries at that point know you're talking to them. The local ward probably is not involved, and that's ward is what they call your congregation, your personal congregation. The local ward's probably not involved. The only person who probably knows about those interactions is the missionaries that are in that area and their mission president, who they answer to. Or sometimes if the mission president is in a big mission, he'll pick one of the other missionaries and kind of put them as like a kind of quasi-supervisor in front of everybody else. So your Lord probably doesn't know you're talking to them.
Would a better bet be to go 5 hours down south and speak to one down there? Because I know where the one in Brighton is actually.
You can. I would definitely use a fake name. Not say where you're from.
If they ask me where I'm from, I'm just going to say I'm from Edinburgh.
The thing is, though, Sam, if you go down south, they're going to peg you for a northerner straight away from your accent.
Yeah.
Yes, but here's the thing: is there's a difference between northerner and knowing where exactly you are.
So I can tell them I grew up in Blackpool and I'm living in Edinburgh. Easy enough.
Yeah. So
when you do, because I don't know how big stakes are in your. Basically, what a stake is, a ward is your congregation, like your personal congregation that you go to.
Yep.
And a stake is a group of those. What I would do is I would go onto the Mormon Church's website and type in your location ish, like close by.
Yeah, using incognito tabs and a VPN.
Yeah, just type in your location and find out what stake that is in, because they'll give you that information for free on their website, and then type in where you're thinking of going and seeing if it's in the same stake. Because
so avoid in the same stake as my area.
Yes, because again, like I said, they're very, very Mormons don't have a lot of things that they're not allowed to do. So pretty much the only thing they are allowed to do, and even this is supposedly frowned on, but they do it anyways, is gossip. Because they're not allowed to do much else other than church.
Yeah, I've seen enough Jimmy Snow to
Yeah, and like I'm fairly certain that if I were to walk into a stake thing, it wouldn't just be my congregation that says, hey, we haven't seen you around in forever.
Fair. Kind of reminds me of like my mum's network of churches. I could go to one that is on the other side of Manchester, and if they're part of that same group, they'll be like, hey, Sam, or insert real name here, actually, but you know.
Yeah, but that it's very similar. When I went to girls' camp, which is the youth girls' camp, where we went to Olino State Park. I'm not giving enough information for anybody to really find me. But when we used to go to Olino State Park, we would be put in cabins based on age and not what ward you went to. So every year I would spend a week in a cabin with a bunch of people who weren't necessarily from my congregation. We had dances where we were encouraged to go and dance. I know what those were for now, and I'm totally creeped out that I ever was participating in those. There was a youth conference, again, the entire stake. There was temple trips would sometimes be just your congregation, but sometimes be everybody. So, I mean, when I say the Mormon church is centralized, it's organized as fuck. And everybody answers directly to Salt Lake City.
Would you guys mind if I kind of told a little anecdote here, and this will actually help us try and link back to the whole coming out theme?
Yep. Okay, go ahead, and hello, Laura.
Oh, hello again, Laura.
Hi, Laura.
Hi, how are you doing?
So
good.
Okay.
Yeah, so the church that I grew up in, and this is part of why I didn't come out to them yet, is that the pastor was speaking about the first time he came to the UK, and the first thing he stumbled across was a pride parade. And he was Indian, he didn't speak much English, so he didn't understand what was going on. So he joined in until someone stopped and explained to him what was happening. Then he threw his flag and ran away screaming, and when he told the audience that, he got applause.
That's not... Yeah, I can see why you haven't told them anything, Sam.
Yeah, I don't have the experience of trying to tell my church, because I didn't know until far long after I considered myself not Mormon anymore. I've literally maybe only told 5 church members, and 4 out of the 5 were people that I have met on Twitter who are queer Mormons. And and I basically told them, because I was like, look, I am ex-Mormon for this reason. And the attitude is generally, we get it. Because leaving Mormonism is hard. But I doubt very seriously, based on the fact that they were trying to get me to date so heavily. I was getting threats of being sent on a mission if I didn't catch a guy by the time I turned 21. And it's changed now, but basically pretty much the attitude was, well, if you don't get married by the time you're 21, we're going to send you on a mission, make you a missionary, and then you can do well on your mission and hopefully figure out what's wrong so that you can get a guy by the time you get back.
Yep.
Oh. Okay, that's quite a lot.
Yeah.
So there's some times where you just don't come out, basically.
Yeah, and
well, I didn't
I
know
understand
at the
for some
time.
reason it just isn't safe to come out.
I didn't know at the time that I was ace. I just thought that I hadn't met the right guy yet.
Oh,
so that made it even worse.
Yeah.
See, my thing was I got fed that line as well, and then because I'm demisexual, I did find someone.
Yeah.
I am. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sam.
That kind of threw me under the bus, because then I bought into the whole soulmates thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's for me. It was very, very difficult. Mormons have very strict rules about going to your ward. You are assigned a ward. You are to go to that ward. You go to your church services when they tell you to. There are very few exceptions to this. And one of the exceptions is if you are not on the way to getting married and you are between the ages of 18 and 30, you can get an exception to go to what they call the young single adult ward, which, and I know this is kind of crude, but it's the only way I can say it. It's basically a big meat market for you to try to sell yourself so that you don't get stuck being single.
Mm-hmm.
And that is one of the few exceptions that you have, that you can go to a different congregation than the one that you are assigned to.
As someone
that is how seriously they take marriage.
Yeah, it's basically a Mormon matchmaker service then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. As someone who's seen like grey markets and stuff, and like borderline black markets, the closest thing to like that's not even close to that in terms of how much that's abhorrent, in terms of how I think about it. Like, black markets are awful, but that sort of thing somehow feels worse.
Because it's people.
Yeah. They're basically trying to get, it's basically just trying to sell you essentially to somebody else. And it's, and that's why
if you're not attached to someone else, there's something wrong with you.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't know how people can be ace and be in the Mormon church. I really don't. Like, I'm sorry, what, Sam?
It'll fuck you up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
I don't see how anybody could really be any flavor of queer and be in the Mormon community, be in the Mormon church, rather.
Yeah, most Christian churches, frankly.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not even that. I mean, it's even in normal social stuff, if you think about it. I mean, although people have much more accepting, they're more accepting of people that are different. The norm is still you need to be attached to someone, or there's something wrong with you.
Yeah, well,
it's still a norm. It's just I grew up in a more extreme form of that norm because I know that exists in society. I still fucking get it, even though I'm not Mormon anymore.
Yeah.
But they take it to such an extreme. There's a difference between, oh, there's something wrong with you, you need to be with somebody, and hey, if you're not with somebody, you lose the chance at being with your family and you might become a servant in the afterlife. Good fucking luck.
And I've said to Tria before that, I've been involved with the LGBTQ community since the 80s, but, asexual is still the part of it that's hardest for me to wrap my head around.
Yeah, it's fine. I put it this way. It took me 31 years to figure that shit out, and I am ace. I don't expect everybody to, get it.
Yeah. Well, I'm getting it just from talking to you so much, but before then I really didn't have any reference for it at all.
Yeah. It's been a wild ride. And what's funny is asexuality was far easier to figure out than my romantic orientation. I'm using demi-alterists, like I said earlier, but that could change again if I find something that fits better, or if I find something that I didn't think about, or because I have changed a little bit. I'm actually slightly more sexual than I was when I was 19, which is really weird.
It can shift over time.
Yeah, it does shift a little bit. I don't think it's shifted all that much, but it has shifted a little bit. It could shift a little bit more. I don't know.
Yeah, it could shift either way.
Yeah, and like there's a lot of factors involved in that as well, and it's just like, and sometimes perception is off as well. My perception of how I view things could completely change. You never know.
Yeah.
I think as well, just to bring it around to the sort of whole coming out thing as well. I don't know about anyone else. I can almost trace, especially losing my Catholicism, if you like, as a young person, I can trace it to a couple of very definitive experiences where I can say
it's fluid.
Those were my
specific
cut-off
points.
But looking at it as a whole, they snowballed. So at 7 years old, I didn't quite understand transubstantiation, thought it was a bit weird. Then at 13 years old, the Pope comes out and says LGBT people are a greater threat to the world than global warming, and I'm just discovering my sexuality. And then at 15, people are telling me, oh, just pray harder and the person you love who's terminally ill will be okay.
Yeah.
But they're getting worse. And then I've totally lost it and then never went back to it. And I can see how those things snowballed from being... I always questioned it, but never... But I needed that final push.
See, I can trace mine almost like a line of dominoes. And the first big push was probably when I was 4. When I was 4, my parents split up.
Yeah.
And my dad isn't really Christian. I think he'd go to church for my mum's sake and stuff. And having time in not Christian spaces, it changed things significantly.
Yeah. I think this as well, as human beings, we all realize we are the product of our own experiences. And this is what we were talking about, how, your personal experience matters in religious situations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it's very easy, I think, to force yourself to believe something when you're grasping at straws. And I think what I found is I got to the point where I felt so hopeless that I could no longer grasp at the straw that was that religion. Because that religion had... There's these, there's all these great religious quotes throughout history that essentially boil down to when I was desperate, I prayed and something got fixed. Well, when I was desperate, I prayed and nothing changed. It got worse.
Mm-hmm.
So quite clearly that God wasn't hearing me, was what I took from that. And then as I moved through, I found that the gods I found were hearing me. And things were improving and getting better. And there were other situations and other experiences that were more personal than that as well, on a very personal, private level. And the combination of those two things is what brought me to where I am in a religious situation. But I think just about coming out in general, whether you're coming out with your religion, your sexuality, your gender, anything like that, I think the greatest thing I can say, and I'm sort of moving on to wrapping up because it's getting late and I have work tomorrow, is financial security, for me, is the major factor in how easy or difficult it is to come out.
Yeah.
Because if you are financially secure, if you can say, I keep the roof over my own head, no one pays my bills, you are not beholden to anyone, and at that point, the only person you've got to please is yourself. And that is a very freeing situation to be in. It's a very privileged situation, I'm aware of that.
Yeah. The second, I think, big thing is if everyone is in the church and your church doesn't particularly like outsiders, there's, especially if you have, I have an anxiety disorder, there's a good chance that they're then going to turn around and look at you as an outsider, even as a family member.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Well, it does seem we need to start wrapping it up here.
I did want to just add something that Hissy just said.
Okay.
And that was one of the best things for my coming out. I'm transgendered, for those people who don't already know. And I have been really fortunate because, like Tria, I'm asexual as well. And so I already had that independence. I've had my own flat since 1993, so I've never had to worry about anybody else in that regard. And I was never a part of a church or any of that kind of stuff. The only real negative thing I had was parents. That was the only one that I had to worry about, and my mum disowned me. So that was a sad one.
Yeah, well, yeah,
But
you need
like
to
I
be
say, I've
secure that
always-
your basic needs are covered. You need food and shelter first.
Well, I don't just mean that. I mean that because I'm not married, I haven't got any kids or anything like that. In terms of my transition, I can do what I want. I'm completely independent, without having to worry about anybody but myself, which is, it's useful to be in that position.
Yeah, I mean, because as I said, I'm questioning my gender at the moment, and my immediate visceral reaction when I realized what was happening was, but I'm married, I have a husband. What's he going to think? Because for myself, it'll be who I am, and that's the end of it. But this could have an impact on my husband. Now, I am incredibly lucky. My husband is amazing. And my husband's response was, I love you. I don't really care how it turns out. I'm with you. And, my husband's very open-minded and supports me 1,000%.
Okay.
So I was still nervous about having that conversation with him, because this is something that could radically alter the dynamic of our marriage.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where financial stability is great, but the other thing is emotional stability. And I said this earlier, and I will say it again, I've been incredibly lucky. Every single person I've spoken to about this has basically said the same three things. They've said, take your time, it's up to you, and don't let anyone rush you into anything. And they've said, we're here for you, we support you, if there's anything we can do, let us know. And one of my friends, in her usual way, which I love, said, swap me if I get back your pronouns.
I love people like that.
Okay.
Yeah, that was literally, I said this, and I was expecting it. She was like, no, just swap if I get your pronouns wrong. And I was like, okay, cool.
Yeah. What's up, Purple?
Yeah, well, we do need to wrap it up here, though. So.
Yeah.
Certainly everybody's, welcome to come into my chats and pick this up another time. It sounds like there's still a lot to be said here.
Yeah, but I gotta head out. I need to get at least a little bit of chill time in before one of my closest friends tries to kill me.
Yeah, and I'm being expected upstairs for dinner shortly.
Yeah.
What's she doing? Is she cooking tonight? Is she?
Sloth Girl generally cooks dinner, and I do the cleanup.
No, I was talking to Churchill.
Oh no, we have plenty of food. I made something really fast. No, I play D&D, and I do need a little bit of chill time before I go in, because if I don't, my brain will not be in the right space. And I play with a DM who really is out to kill us. He really is.
Best DMs.
He's a great DM. I love his game. It's with some of my most favorite people. But if I don't get chill time, I will make a mistake. And he has actually killed me in this campaign, and killed one of our other friends twice. So...
Yeah, I mean, there's DMs where it's like, you are fighting this bad guy, and against this bad guy, the tank can take 3 shots.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's It's fun. It's just I got to be in the right headspace.
Okay, so does anyone have anything that they want to put out there? Anything they've got coming up they want to promote?
I'm gonna be trying. It depends on how I feel because I've been sick as hell this past week. But if I'm feeling up to it, I would like either on Tuesday or Wednesday night to do a question and answer session. Because my anniversary of telling the Mormon Church to fuck off is on Thursday.
Hey.
But I run a game on Thursday, so I won't be doing it that night. And then Ace Week is coming up the week of the 26th through the 31st, and I will definitely be doing stuff for that. If you have questions about being Ace that you feel like I have not covered in conversations or on my Twitter or on my YouTube, or if there's anything I have covered that you don't quite understand, just let me know. Drop me a DM somewhere, and I will try to go over that at some point during that week, either on my Twitter or on my YouTube channel. So those are the things coming up.
So for me, it's kind of I've started up my YouTube channel now, and I'm going to try and do every week, but I'm going to do guaranteed at least once a month. And then, so next week, I'm going to do one about the issues I take with anti-theism as a term.
Oh.
Okay.
I need to go find
so yeah. And then, so my Twitter, at the very least, I know, Purple said they put in the description. My Twitter, I scream into the void, talk to friends, and the void sometimes screams back at me. And if you want to DM me there, you're welcome to. If you want to ask any questions about anything or whatever. So yeah.
Okay, and I am making sure that everybody's links will be in the description for this. So if you want to come back and find the link to Sam's channel, it'll be there.
I just found it and subscribed. It's very easy to find. Very easy to find. Sam Chaos. If you just search for it on YouTube and scroll down, it's there. For me, I'm mostly on Twitter. I don't tend to do a lot on YouTube. I do some stuff on Classical Reception. I go through the Asterisk and Obelix series with Godless Scummer.
Oh, I love those.
And we alternate every week. We're not doing it this week. We've not done it this week because of some personal issues that cropped up. But we've done a fair few so far.
Whenever I see crazy news going on in America, I go Obelix and I end up saying these Americans are crazy.
Yeah. I can see why you would do that. And I spend a lot of time on One Ring's channel because One Ring is my husband. So he does Media Musings and his usual things as well. So go look at his stuff. He's part of the Atheist YouTube. I don't do a lot on my own channel, but I'm active on Twitter, and I have a secondary Twitter account where I'm very active. Currently, it's a fandom Twitter. I put it on there because I don't you don't need not safe for work stuff scrolling up your Twitter timelines if you don't want to see it. But if you do want to see it, go follow there. Just please make sure you read the description and the pinned post on there because, I'm currently in the Hannibal fandom, which, if anyone is aware, has exploded this week. So there's a lot of drama going on there. So take care of yourself, curate your timeline. If you don't want to see it, you don't have to. But it's there if you're interested.
Okay.
Do you have anything?
Me? No.
Okay, I am going to do a bit of shameless e-begging here. That putting a link in the side chat. I'm needing to build a new computer. I'm having to stream on my laptop because my desktop is unreliable. It shuts itself off randomly. So this isn't a desperate thing. It's just if anyone's feeling generous, I can put it on a credit card and pay it off over the course of about a year. But if anybody wants to help, it would be greatly appreciated.
Well, around Christmas time, I'm kind of
Yeah, don't press yourself. I know you've got lots, with your sister and with Elmer's vet bills and all.
Yeah, vet bills, and also I get paid crappily because the government decides what to pay me.
No, I would feel bad about if anybody is doing it when they're really having trouble affording other things. And even the COVID has not been nearly as hard on me as it's been on most people, because I've been able to build up my online business to be something far more than I ever expected it to be.
Yeah, I had some good news yesterday. A friend of mine who has Asperger's like I do. In fact, it was meeting then made me realise that I did, and got tested for it. But anyway, they 2010, the government ended up having too much money that they were spending out and not enough coming in, and they decided to do this austerity thing. So they changed the social security system for disabled people, and they were throwing people off very, very easily, including people. I mean, I've got a friend who's partially sighted. She's got a white walking stick and everything, and she has learning difficulties. You can tell that she has learning difficulties. And they said no to her. And so what's happened is so many people are appealing it, and it gets to tribunal, and then they're winning it. My friend has had that problem, so I've been helping them out financially because I managed to get it. And just before it went to tribunal, they changed their mind. A bit of a story there. I don't want to. No point in telling it. But so yeah, well, my friend has been told got a letter the other day saying that their tribunal will be at the end of the month, which means that the £50 a fortnight that I've been sending them to help them out, that won't be having to happen anymore soon because they've got their date. So that's good news.
That's very good news. I presume you're talking about the whole fiasco with Universal Credit and what happened.
Actually, no. It's my friend got DLA, Disability Living Allowance, and then they changed
and now they've got to move to PIP. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
That's not fun. My stepdad works in PIP and that sort of stuff. So yeah, that's not pleasant.
Yeah, I know. I had to apply for PIP after I got hit by a car and couldn't work for 8 months, and I was basically told to go whistle.
Yeah.
So that was not helpful at all. So much for the social safety net, but let's not, otherwise we'll go on for another 3 hours.
Yeah, we will. So let's stop before we make Purple late for stuff.
Yeah. Well, Purple, I want to say thank you for inviting me on and for running this in the first place. I really appreciate it. Perfectly timed for me, of course, that I was able to see this and see that there are other people out there who have, come to terms with their gender and things. So I do appreciate the opportunity as well.
Yeah, it was excellent to be here, and it was nice to meet people, and in Laura's case, meet people again.
And I will say it's quite odd to me. I didn't realise there were so many Brits in the YouTube community.
They're all quieter and smaller, I think.
Yeah. So that's been nice for me too. So I do appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got quite a few Brits and a good number of Australians around here. I didn't realize my mic had been muted. You lost a couple of sentences there. So, okay. So, thank you all for coming. Yeah, Amiga Nuts is just coming in as we're getting ready to leave. Okay, thank you all, and good night, or good morning, depending where you are.
Bye-bye.
Bye.